This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, Mr. King, Ms. Brady, Ms. Nelson, Ms. Spengler, and Ms. Higgs. And the people are represented by Mr. Brockler, Mr. Orman, Ms. Pearson, Mr. Edson, and Ms. Tish McGuire. We are outside the presence of the jury at this time. One minor housekeeping matter. Do the parties have a position as to what they want the court to do with the extra copies of the exhibits that we have published by making copies for the jurors? I was going to return those to the people. I don't think there's a need to keep those for the record. Obviously, we're going to have the original exhibit, but I don't think we need to keep all the copies. Do you agree, Mr. Brockler?
I do.
Do you agree, Mr. King?
Sure, yes.
All right, we'll return those to the people. All right, is there anything we need to talk about at this time before we bring the jury in?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on behalf of the defense, Mr. King?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Mr. Brockler, before the jury comes in, are you going to start off today with questions for Dr. Reed?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You want him to retake this?
He might as well. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. Good morning. How's everyone doing? It's Friday. At the end of the day yesterday, Dr. Reed was on the witness stand, and the prosecution was in the middle of its direct examination of Dr. Reed, and Dr. Reed has resumed the witness stand. I remind you, doctor, that you're still under oath.
I understand.
And before Mr. Brockler proceeds with his direct examination, I want to remind you, members of the jury, of the limiting instruction that I gave you yesterday a couple of times, and that is that the testimony of Dr. Reed has been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider his testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this testimony for any other purpose. All right, with that, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, we yesterday. Ma'am, 1 second, Your Honor.
I think you just turned it on.
I did, and then it keeps flicking on.
Does it keep...
Maybe it's just my fat just turning it on.
And if you need new batteries, we can sell you some.
Doctor, we saw the first clip yesterday afternoon into the early evening, and it gets us to a point where we can ask some clarifying questions about what we've seen and what we should expect to see as we start moving forward. The first thing I want to ask you is there is a date and time stamp on that video. Is that accurate as to the actual date and time that this video was taken?
I'm fairly certain they are, yes.
And that's consistent throughout all 22 hours?
Yes.
All right. Now, we also had a chance to see your particular forensic interview style. Is there only one style of doing forensic psychiatric interviews?
No, there are different styles, all with the same goals and hopefully effective in reaching those goals.
What would be a style that is widely used in forensic psychiatry that's different than the one that you employed?
Some people, some professionals have a more directive style, going down a list in a very structured way. Most of us ask open-ended questions. That is, we may start the conversation and then listen to see where the interviewee or evaluee goes. There are certainly times that I and people like me ask specific questions to stay on track, and it's routine, as I do, to have a big list of topics that I want to be sure and cover at some point during the examination.
So you do not do a structured forensic interview?
Not a solely structured one. There is plenty of structure to get the information that I believe I need, but an awful lot of it is open-ended to see where things go and where the individual wants to go or can go. Sometimes they say stuff that I didn't expect, and that's fine.
Is there a benefit to that, to not being tied down to just a list of questions?
Sure, because one's list of questions may well not be complete, not cover everything. We don't know everything when we go into the interview. That's why we have the interview.
Here's the reason I ask. As we get into these subsequent video segments that you've made, as you go into each one, do you know exactly where it's going to end up and where it's going to go?
No. All I have is a general list, a rather long list of places I want it to go eventually, of information I want. But one can't say in advance, here's the theme of this session, or here's what I want the theme of such and such a session to be in the way that I do it. Now, in this case, I had great luxury of the time to do it. If I had an hour and a half to interview the person, I might be much more structured and much more directive to keep the person on track.
I want to talk to you about a couple of the tools that you use in this interview that we've seen and we'll see again. One is when you tell the defendant as he's talking to you, I don't understand. Are you saying I'm confused, or what are you doing there?
Sometimes I really don't understand for a variety of reasons. But a main reason for saying that is that I want the person to be as specific as possible. Many people, including this defendant, often answer vaguely. And if I accept that, the defendant's, that's just fine. But the real information, or the more accurate information, the more complete information, is underneath the superficial, more vague answer. So I want to bring out as much as I can and give as much opportunity for the person, if he will or if he can, to give me specifics. I don't want the things that I infer, the things that I interpret from the interview, to come from inside me. I want them to come from him. If I get a vague answer, then a lot of what I interpret from that comes from inside my head. I want it to come from accurate or specific things that are inside his head.
There's another tool that you use throughout, and that is to ask the defendant to, quote, speculate about something. Why do you do that?
Sure. This is not a situation in court. This is not a situation in a police station. This is a situation of trying to gather as much information as I can from within somebody's mind and brain and memory, so that asking someone to think about something for a while is perfectly reasonable. It's accepted throughout the mental health professions. Think about something, speculate about this, if you will. What else do you think might have happened? It's just routine psychiatric interview 101.
Now, we talked before we played the video about your extensive hundreds of hours of preparation for the interview. How does that start to pay off here as we go through these interviews?
Certainly the few hundred hours of interview record review in general, and the specific preparation for the interview guide me about what I want to be sure and not forget. I forget stuff, and so I write it down. The other thing is that as I hear things from the evaluee, in this case the defendant, excuse me, as I hear things from him, I want to think in my mind, is this consistent with the record? Have I heard this elsewhere in the record? Or is it different from what I've seen in the record at some point or other? Sometimes I'll ask the defendant about that. Sometimes I keep it to myself and maybe bring it up later. But corroborating what he says, that is, seeing how consistent it is with the record itself, what other people have seen, what he's written down, what he's said to other people, that sort of thing, is important to telling me in a way how accurate or how honest it is. And those are two different words, accuracy and honesty. I can't read his mind, but it helps me to see what's consistent and what may not be consistent.
Now, you just brought up this issue of accuracy and honesty, and that do you just take everything that the defendant says at face value when you're interviewing him?
Judge, can we approach? Yes. Mr. Brocker, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, one of the things I wanted to ask you that you factor into your evaluation of the defendant through these interviews is, do you take into consideration the fact that when you're talking to him, he knows that he's facing the death penalty?
Yes.
Do you take into consideration the fact that he knows that his legal defense to the charges against him is that he's pleaded not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes, so far as I know, he's well informed of that.
Okay. These are areas, those ones we just talked about, I think they allow us to really appreciate the rest of the videos as they go. What I want to ask you about as a follow-up substantively from that first section are just a couple different areas. One, we talked already, you don't jump right into, hey, tell me about planning for the murders and tell me what we don't jump right into that. You start with some preliminary stuff, but that doesn't mean it doesn't have some value to you. Tell me about why you went into the relationships that the defendant perceives that he has.
A number of reasons. A primary one is that relationships are an important part of our mental health. People who are mentally healthy tend to be able to form close relationships and intimate relationships and lasting relationships. People who are less mentally healthy tend to have trouble with that in one way or another. There's a lot of information in the record about Mr. Holmes' relationships and about how they reflect or may reflect characteristics of mental illness.
Will this be an issue you continue to ask about as we go through the rest of these videos?
Yes, and it's pretty standard fare for psychiatrists.
When you talk about relationship issues and mental health and the ability to form them, are you talking about diagnostic criteria for a mental health diagnosis?
Sometimes one's ability to form relationships or the kinds of relationship one forms are a part of the criteria for a particular diagnosis. It's generally not diagnostic in itself, but it may contribute to thinking about different diagnoses.
Do the issues that you covered in that first video based on relationship, do those speak to the issues of capacity to know right from wrong based on what the court instructed the jury on, or the capacity to form the intent to act or deliberate or know?
Objection, leading. Overruled.
No, they don't speak to that very specific topic.
A couple other areas. One, you explore some issues that we might call empathy. Tell us about that.
Empathy, or being able to feel what other people feel or recognize other people's feelings, is another characteristic of mental health. The inability to recognize other people's feelings is a characteristic of, let me say, less mental health. Not everyone is empathic. Doesn't mean that you're terribly mentally ill, but the ability to understand how other people feel or understand how they may view things through their eyes to some extent has to do with one's mental condition.
Sense of humor. Did you detect a sense of humor in this first section that we went through?
Yes, there is a sense of humor there. Doesn't come through too often, but it certainly comes through in places. There's a quick wit that's illustrated at times, at least on certain topics.
Now, there's a couple things I want to ask you about that. The one that stood out to me, and you tell me if you disagree, if this is funny, you asked him if he'd ever overconsumed alcohol to the point, I think, of passing out. He says no. You ask, really? He responds with, I'm Irish. That was pretty quickly delivered. Why is that significant?
I don't want to overplay the significance of that. It indicates that at that particular time, with those particular sentences, he processed what I said quickly and processed an answer quickly, and it was to some extent a humorous or sarcastic answer. I don't want to make a great deal of it, but it wasn't one of the things that he had trouble thinking about or was slow in bringing from his brain to his mouth.
And is that somewhat inconsistent with his physical presentation?
That's a good point. As we saw in the last segment, and I believe we'll see in all the segments, he sits rather stiffly. His face tends not to change expression, although sometimes it does. He doesn't use his hands very much. He doesn't move very much in the chair, even over half an hour, 45 minutes. That is a bit different from an inference that I think one can reasonably make about how quickly or how well his brain is working, at least in certain areas. And once again, I don't want to exaggerate the importance in that.
Sure. There was one specific area you went into him factually with, and that was the Christmas trip that he took. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Based on what was said on the video, it sounds like that Christmas trip was the one that preceded this crime. Is that accurate?
It happened in December of 2011. I believe he got back to Denver in early January. I'm not certain of that date.
Now, you told us previously, in preparation for this interview, you'd spoken with the defendant's parents. Do you remember that?
Yes.
At any time during that hour-and-a-half conversation with them, did they express to you, if you recall, any concerns about seeing their son over that period of time, that Christmas break period that they took to that trip to Arizona he talked about, and being concerned about any sort of changes with him, mental deterioration, any observations they made that caused them concern?
Objection. Calls for hearsay. Would counsel approach, please? All right, the hearsay objection is sustained, and Mr. Brockler, you may proceed and attempt to establish further foundation.
Thank you, Your Honor. I need to ask you some other questions. Do you remember, Doctor, yesterday when we talked about the importance you placed on speaking with the parents of the defendant prior to formulating your opinion and moving forward with the interview?
Yes.
Now, are the statements that the parents make to you about their observations of their son, are those things that you rely upon in helping to formulate your expert opinion?
Among other things, yes. I didn't spend more than I think about an hour and a half with them on the telephone, but it's important to see what they have to say and see what they choose to say, sure.
And how they relate their perceptions of their son through this period of time?
Yes.
Your Honor, based on that, I'm going to re-ask that question.
Why don't counsel approach, please? Mr. Brockler, you may proceed pursuant to Rule 703 and the ruling that I made here at the bench.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, I want to ask you that question before we ended up doing a couple sidebars there, but I want to give it a little more context. When you spoke with the parents for that hour and a half time, and you talked about their observations to some extent of their son over that Christmas period, did they express to you that he had been sick in some way?
As I recall, yes. I don't have my notes in court of that conversation, although I do have notes of the conversation. They talked about his being ill in a tired way, which by the time I talked with them, everyone knew that that was infectious mononucleosis, or mono, that was discovered while he was at home.
Other than them raising to you the issue of his physical illness through mononucleosis, did they ever express to you any other concerns when they last saw their son over this Christmas break about his mental well-being, odd behaviors, any change in him?
Subject to something else in my notes, I do not recall anything.
Okay, thank you. Finally, and we're going to get ready to play this second clip here. In that first clip, tell us, was there anything in there that impacted your opinion about the defendant's capacity to know right from wrong based on the standard given by the court?
No.
Anything that impacted your opinion about the defendant's capacity to form the intent to murder after deliberation or act knowingly?
Everything goes into the big pot, but the answer is no.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? And frankly, Your Honor, I think I laid the foundation for this yesterday. I just didn't move to admit it. I think I'll move to admit People's 1004 into evidence.
I have no additional objections to the ones already lodged.
Thank you. Based on my prior rulings, P-TR-1004 is admitted and may be published.
And with the court permission, could Dr. Reed step down again while we play this?
Yes, and as he does that, members of the jury, I will again remind you of the limiting instruction that I gave you yesterday, that Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements that were made by Mr. Holmes in the video. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of the statements, for the truth of the content of the statements. Does everyone understand that? Yes. And everybody's saying yes or nodding their head yes. Okay, great. With that, then, you may publish the exhibit. Do you folks want to dim the lights again? Yes, they're saying yes. Okay, I will do so. Here I go.
Your Honor, is it possible to ask the court to check on its end whether or not it's muted? Because we tested it out earlier and it...
Oh, I'm being told we don't do sound at all.
Huh?
So it sounds like it's on your end.
Lisa, please.
Oh, okay. You want him to keep playing that?
Yes, sir.
You can keep playing that. Why don't we do this? Why don't we? I'm going to turn the lights back on. Let's take a break and see if we can figure it out. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's take a break and then we'll go from there. Yeah, we might as well do it. All right, folks. Please remember my advisements during the break. Hopefully, we'll get some non-lawyers and see if they can figure it out. Technology and lawyers don't mix well. All right, let's take a break. We'll come and get you when we're ready. Don't go too far. I'm hoping to take about a 15-minute break, okay? All right, thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Now everyone may be seated. All right, what if we take a break and let you try to figure out if you can get it to work? Is that all right?
Your Honor, yes. One suggestion was Miss Huntsman, who's infinitely smarter than I am, thought that when you clicked your mic on is when it cut the sound off. I don't know if that's a difference maker, but we'll try to figure that out.
When I clicked my mic on?
When we approached and she hit pause, and then maybe when you turned on your microphone in anticipation of speaking with us, Your Honor?
Yeah, I didn't turn I think my mic is always on. I only turn it off. So, but if you get it to work, I won't touch it again. In the hopes that it works. All right, I'll step down so you folks can look at it. Okay, the court will be in recess.
All right.
Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. Let me follow up on the last objection that was made with respect to hearsay. I cited Rule 703 at the bench, and I found that Dr. Reed should be allowed to testify about the statement or the conversation he had with the defendant's parents because an expert in the field in question would be justified in relying upon those statements in formulating an expert opinion. And then I concluded that the probative value of the statements in assisting the jury to evaluate the expert's opinion substantially outweighs the prejudicial effect. But those statements were not admitted, or to the extent that any statements were made, those statements were not admitted for the truth of the matter asserted. They're being admitted only to explain the basis of the expert's findings and opinions. I'm anticipating that this is going to come up again. If not with Dr. Reed, with other experts, and my expectation is that it may come up with Dr. Reed again as well. So the question is, do counsel want me to give some type of limiting instruction related to how these out-of-court statements are not being admitted for the truth of the matter asserted, but are being offered only to explain the basis of the expert's findings and opinions?
I have 1 minute, Judge.
Yes, and you don't have to give me an answer right now. We can play the videotape and you can think about it. All right?
That would be my preference.
Okay, and the prosecution can think about it as well. Okay? All right. Let's bring the jury in, please.
Your Honor, while they're coming in, can I ask the court logistically, let the court know this next segment is almost exactly 2.5 hours long. Does the court anticipate taking another break before then, and if so, when? And I'll try to figure out where to make it fit to stop.
I think 2.5 hours is a long time to go without a break, so I was gonna say 12, but even that that's tough. It's 2 hours. What do you think about just 2 hours, breaking for 2 hours, Mr. King? Do you have a position?
I just think that 2.5 hours is an awful long time to ask anybody to sit still and watch something and pay close attention to it, having watched these videos before.
Right. So do you want to do it in 2 hours, or do you want to do something less than that?
I'm fine with 2 hours. I do think that's the upper end, Your Honor. You might also take a shorter break, just suggesting at 11, a shorter break, just to get up, stretch, 5-minute, 10-minute potty break, and then come back and we would finish and take a slightly later lunch. But that, again, however the court wants to do it, we'll do it.
Let's do that. Let's go for about an hour and 10 minutes, take a short break, and then we'll take a lunch break at about 12. We're bringing lunch to them today, so I'm hoping that we can take a 1 hour lunch instead of an hour and a half, and I'll be telling them that. So,
are we part of the free lunch thing too?
No.
I have no objection to Mr. Brocco's potty break, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. All right. All right, please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, welcome back. Thanks for your patience. As you know, today is one of those days when we're having lunch provided, and my understanding is that you actually pick the place that you like best, and so lunch from that particular place will be provided. I am hoping to take a 1 hour lunch instead of an hour and a half to make up for some of the time. Is that okay with everyone? Is there anyone who's not okay with that? And of course, I put you on the spot here in front of everyone. All right, I very much appreciate that. So what we'll plan on doing is we'll go for about an hour and 10 minutes. We'll take a very short break so that you can stretch your legs and walk around a little bit, and then we'll continue for about another hour or so before we take the lunch break, okay? All right. My understanding is that the next segment is about 2.5 hours long, and so we'll take a couple of breaks in between the playing of that segment. All right, Mr. Brockler, you may proceed now with the publication of Exhibit P-TR-1004.
moment. Sorry. Have a signal. Let's get to some questions here. So. Yes, I watch. Yeah, you can see this is our second session on this session. This is what I see afternoon. And you're working for me, and all the things you're welcome to take this with you. Keep it, by the way. Okay. Any questions about this morning or anything you'd like to add from this morning? Okay. We left off. I was recalling so you that you some other things with children. You've gone to an orphanage in Tijuana. That was interesting. Can you tell me more about that? Yeah, it's part of the Corazon de Vida Foundation. Corazon de Vida, Corazon Highway. We take day-long bus trips down to Tijuana orphanages and just hang out with the kids. We is to imagine everybody on the bus trip. So the bus trip was it a church group or school group? Not just any group. We wanted to get involved in the orphanage community. How did you find out about it? It was advertised through the college program. So you were in high school. Elementary college. Okay. It's kind of neat. What caused you to do that? What prompted you to sign up for that? That would be a good experience. In what way? And learning about children and just how they grew up. I'm curious, what did you want to learn more about children? You just want to learn more about children in general. Tell me about the children that Corazon do that. Well, all orphans. And they seem like just normal kids. And they like to play at their own school or orphanage. So some of the activities I did was play soccer with them, play cards. How often would you do this? Once every 3 months. Once every 3 months. Were there other groups that went down at other times, or did the kids get visited once every 3 months? There were other groups that also visited. Just for the day, we usually make a lunch. Tell me more about that. How far did you travel? Well, it's not that far. It was like 2 to 3 hours drive. If you want to put that back, you gotta show me the picture in your memory. Well, once we brought a bunch of toys out for Christmas, it was like we could donate money to buy toys for them and stuff. And like the toys. So what did you do with that? And once again, there's a video playing in your mind somewhere, and I'd love it if you point things out in there, say, well, this is where I bought the toys, this is what I bought. Can you give that a try? Did you have the choice? So, you're on the bus. You got toys in your lap or under the bus. What happens next?
The meeting order crossing is it takes like 30 minutes. They go to check out all the toys and stuff. And then we drive to the orphanage, and there's a couple different orphanages. And we do it.
And the bus stops and
We just hang out with the children. We made like a hot dog and Cheetos lunch, something very healthy.
can you picture any particular child that came up to you that you hung out with?
No, I'm not at all.
Was there a particular child or more than one that kind of remembered you and you liked to work with?
No, I don't think so. I think it was just in general, like the packs of kids.
Packs of many, do you think?
There was probably 30 to 50 people into it.
So you got the presents. What happens then?
I mean, I love the presents. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
What did they do when they saw the presents?
They were very cheerful. They liked to move it down.
Did you have any particular feelings when you took all the presents and they were cheerful?
Yeah, I thought that was a nice thing to do.
I agree. Any good feelings inside you when you see the kids opening the presents and enjoying them?
No, not really.
Then you get on the bus and you go back to the Riverside. And you go across the border this direction.
And then we had to get off the bus and walk across the border, and the bus comes and picks us up. It's going to be different procedure.
So you get back to Riverside and what do you do?
Did I do school stuff?
Pretty cool day.
Yeah.
Any other times in your life that you felt like if you worked at the camp and you worked for the orphanage, I know you had to get to camp, but it was a nice thing to do. Any other times you can think of that you volunteered some time or did something nice for the folks?
I did some gardening for the church that my mom usually goes to.
So I would just say some
Gardening, like pulling the weeds and stuff.
what was that?
That was in high school. There's not much more to tell.
Was it a regular gig or something you did well?
No, I was just once in a blue moon.
So it was your mom's church. Did the family go to church together?
We used to, I stopped going.
Tell me about what the family did go to church.
All of his fire donuts or go to Taco Bell like after church. So we can't remember about church.
What sort of church was it?
I think the first church we went to was Presbyterian, and we went to Lutheran, different kinds of Protestant churches.
This is roughly how old?
Since the beginning of church, probably like second grade. Until probably ninth grade.
Was the church a pretty big part of your family or not very big? Or
It's big for my mom. She really likes to do soccer, kids and other like church activities. How about you? No, I was never really a believer. She was high school when you were little. What do you remember about Sunday school? They had a bunch of couches in their room. So it was kind of a relaxed atmosphere. What did they do with you guys in Sunday school? Just read passages from the Bible. Was that a pleasant experience or a meaningful experience? What adjectives would you use to describe that experience? Indifferent. In the course of time, did you start going to the grocery? Yeah. Tell me about your experience, what it was like to be in the adult church, sanctuary, and so on, that kind of thing. Well, they would sing songs and do hymns and stuff. Usually the pastor would read passages from the Bible or something. I'm curious, do you remember any particular passages or sermons or things that the pastor said during particular songs? Glory, glory, hallelujah. Put the services together. Yeah, everybody, you and Chris, relative. How hard was it to get you to go to church? They really tried me to talk to them all. Was that every Sunday sort of thing, or some Sundays? Pretty much every Sunday. You mentioned several different Protestant denominations. As far as you know, was the family a member of any particular denomination? I think it was right now. Including or excluding church. At that time, let's say as long as you were through high school, you know, how important was faith in your life, religious faith? I'd say it's significant. According to your mom, did she bring the faith into the home, or did she leave it at the church? I'd say she left it at the church. How about Dad? How did you feel about it? He's kind of like me. I'm sorry, he's kind of like me. When you would go because of my mom. You went away to college, you came back, and lived at home for a year. Was there any church in the year that you lived at home? Was she still going to church? Yeah. That's the rule. I think so. I was going to ask, I forgot to ask earlier, you mentioned you have one sister. Did you ever have any other sibling? One who perhaps passed away or a foster sibling? No, as far as you know, was your mother ever pregnant at any of the time or was it a baby? No, she didn't. Thinking back when you were a kid, no matter what age right now, thinking back when you were a kid, how did your parents get on? Very well. What did you see as a kid? Mom and Dad earlier doing something, or you say, what did you see between them? Them talking to each other. Just kind of, they could see love between them. Could see love between them. What was it that told you that you saw love? Just I think you're around each other. You can always show how bad they show that.
each other. And what kind of demeanor would that be? Close. Close. Yeah, close. You mean standing close or acting close or what? Just a feeling of closeness. Did that feeling come to you as well, or just between them?
I'm going to turn the lights on. All right, members of the jury, one of you needs a break, so we're going to take a quick break, okay? Don't go too far. Let's plan on taking about a 5-minute break, all right? Please remember my advisements apply during the break. All right, the record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom. Please be seated, everyone. A juror handed my staff a note that just said that she needed to go. So let's just plan on taking about a 5-minute break. Okay, as soon as the jurors are ready, I'll come back and take the bench. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right.
Case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury. One of our jurors is not feeling well, so we gave her a little time, and she thinks she's ready to come back in. So I had my staff tell her that if she needs another break, she needs to just let us know, and then we'll take a break. Additionally, we've hopefully lowered the temperature in the courtroom because she thinks that may be helpful. So if you get a little cold, that's why. So you may want to put your sweaters on or more clothes on if you have it. All right. Are the parties ready for the jury?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Let's bring them in, please.
Your Honor, do you anticipate going straight now until noon? Should we anticipate that or still build in another stop?
If we can, I'd like to do that to try to save some time. So that would be about an hour and 20 minutes. So I think that's manageable. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. Thanks for your patience. At this time, we're going to resume the publishing, or we're going to resume publishing Exhibit P-TR-1004. And the plan is that we'll go to about noon, so about an hour and 20 minutes, and then we'll take a lunch break. If anybody needs a break before then, just raise your hand and get our attention, please. All right, Mr. Brockler. And I'm going to turn the lights down.
Yeah, I hear you too. Is there any particular time or any time when the closeness feeling between them was lost? Even temporarily? Not that I could ever see. Did there ever come a time when the family closeness, including you, was lost? Sometimes. Like when I came back after college for that year transition, and I didn't have a job yet, then it was kind of like get out there and get a job. Is that the way to put it? That's the way I feel it. That's the way you felt it. Yeah, I don't want to put words in your head. Tell me what it was like. It was just like a small conflict because my mom told I wasn't doing anything, so I should get out there and go to work. Do you think you guys feel the same way? He probably did, but he didn't voice it. Was that fair on their part? Were they right, or were they being overly pushy or something else? I think it was fair for them to do that. And you did go out for the job. What'd you do with the money? I saved it. Did they really rent? No, luckily they didn't make me pay rent. So you saved it. I saved for school and whatever would come along there. Right, for something. Just in general, save it. Okay. Any other concepts? This plays a very important part of your life now. No, it's like it was before. Has there been a time since middle school, I guess, when religious kind of faith was an important part of your life? I kind of viewed it as something just to be done for the sake of doing it. What to be done? Listen, just going to church. Since high school, have you gone to church? No, not really. You say not really. Have you been to a church service that you left? No. Okay. Of course, there's organized religion, organized faith, and then there's personal spirituality. Do you have a personal faith and personal spirituality? Yeah, I kind of believe God is everything. So he doesn't really need to be worshipped or prayed to, but he's just kind of everything in total. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? It's kind of in our actions, in our thoughts. He's the collective sum of everything. Collective sum of everything. So like anything you can think of that is part of God. That view, that feeling has a certain familiarity to it. I'm not sure where it comes from. I'm not sure either. What does that kind of God or that kind of presence, that was a pretty big, what does that further mean to you or ask of you, or I'm not sure what I'm asking, but maybe you can answer it anyway. I'm not sure either. Does a God of that sort have expectations of man, of you and I, and other people, for example? No, I would say not. So what is, I understand we're talking in the abstract here. What does that God anything. Tell me what you think about that. It's just kind of like the universe. And it's like smallest parts to its largest part. And kind of like any action.
So he acts in many ways. Excuse me. Does he pay attention to what happens on Earth or in space and the rest of the universe?
Well, that would kind of mean he's paying attention to himself. Because he is everything.
So if I were to ask, does he care what you and I do? What would your answer be to that?
I would say yes and no.
That's the street.
Well, if we talk about everything, then it's going to be negative and positive.
Can you give me some examples? What might he care about?
Just how the universe is working.
How the universe is working? I'm not sure I understand.
Hard to say what you care about because it's a single thing. It's a single emotion. And you would be caring and not caring the same way.
Do you suppose he would care about shootings, for example?
I suppose so.
In what way might he care about the shooting?
Just that it's changing something. It's changing life to death.
If we somehow attribute human cares and thoughts and feelings to God, what might he feel about that?
He might care that people were dying.
One of the things that folks have described about you when you used the word shy several times. Was that you were a little bit isolated, a little bit of a loner? Is that an accurate description of you? Can you describe for me where on the scale of lots of loner and not so much loner, where you would be and what that means? I'm not asking that very well.
Like an 8 out of 10. I would be on the lower scale.
With 10 being loner to slumps. You described a lot of activities with other people that you did and that you enjoyed very much. How does that mesh with the impression now that you're giving that you're alone?
Well, it's just that I prefer to be alone. So it's almost impossible not to do things with other people. It's a social society.
Were there times when you isolated yourself, took yourself out of the equation or out of the crowd or out of the group?
Yeah, lots of times.
Can you give me some examples of that?
Well, one was when Carson wanted to go to a bar, and I said I didn't want to go, and she got all angry. So I went to a bar guy.
And what did you do?
I stayed home.
She said, wait.
Nope, she went.
So you said, I'm curious what you do when you see them.
Watch TV.
Other examples of purposely moving yourself into a more isolated versus less isolated situation.
I can't think of any else for that.
When you got the apartment in college, you were going to school. Did you have an apartment in college also?
Yes.
That was an apartment by yourself or with roommate?
It was by myself because I prefer that. I prefer that too.
Would it be fair to say that that was one of the things you moved from dormitory to off-campus housing?
Off-campus to in my own apartment.
And into your apartment. Tell me about the difference in feeling between being in your apartment and being in a dormitory with a couple other people.
There's a lot more freedom when you have in your own apartment to do what you want to do.
To do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Meaning what?
I just watch TV or play video games or whatever.
Let me take a little side here. When you in the video games and play Fury, are you playing online games with other players online, or are you playing the computer?
Some video games is on the computer and others it's online.
Which did you prefer and do the most? If you
Online.
So there were other people at the end of the web series character.
I wasn't quite as anxious when it's before the digital web.
You weren't quite as anxious. That was your phrase.
Yeah, whenever people are kind of anxious. I don't know, it's just, they expect you to say something, and I usually like to listen more.
When you say anxious, what do you mean anxious?
Like fidgety, fearful.
Yeah. Fidgety, fearful, what else?
Not wanting to be there.
You sometimes need to escape from situations.
Yeah, escape.
You sometimes escape from those situations, actually, or you just need to escape from them.
I feel the need to escape.
What happens if you can't escape? What happens to that feeling?
I can freeze.
What's that like?
I don't know how to explain that.
What are you seeing in your mind?
Just not communicating.
Are you seeing a picture of yourself in your mind? Okay. You and I are looking, I'm looking over your shoulder, looking at this picture. Point to the picture and describe the picture for me, would you?
I'm standing there and not saying anything, and people are talking around me, and I don't know what to say.
That's making you uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Are the other people noticing that, or are you hiding it efficiently from them?
It depends on how long they were around them, whether they'll notice it or not.
What do they notice?
They feel embarrassed.
What do they do?
Stare.
Anything else? What do they do?
Not really.
Zero at you.
No, I don't think so.
Point at you or say, get out of here, you're too shy. on them. They'll say that is correct. Maybe sometimes they will say to me at least. You're pretty sure that sometimes they're taking what makes you sure that they were likely to be taking just because they're like walking on them and heard them, talking about me. What might you want to hear them say? What was he doing here? Can you think of the instance in which that happened? Are you thinking of a particular instance in which that really happened? Yeah. What instance is that? It's when it was at the camp Max Strauss. He was with the other counselors when we're playing chess and I was watching and then they left and then I left and then I just stayed. How did you feel when you heard them say that? I ignored it. How did you feel? That's weird. What do you mean that's weird? How did you feel? Like there's something wrong with me. I like to take your pulse. Right. May I take your pulse? Okay. Thank you. There's something weird in your life or something truly weird in your life. Do you think there's something there's not? Do you ever think there's something weird about yourself? Yes. Let me let you right now to before college. Okay? Okay. So, before college, I was in social with other people. Before college is before the Camp Max Strauss. Right. So have there been situations even then when you thought other people thought you were weird? I don't remember if it was a long time ago. I wanted to talk a little later about whether you felt like you were weird. We'll come back to that. Was this situation feeling shy or perhaps isolated? Were those generally related to particular situations, or would it be anytime there were other people around? Anytime there were other people around, I didn't know who was close friends with. So, family and close friends, how comfortable were you with family and close friends? Very comfortable. So, correct me if I'm wrong, if you didn't feel weirdly shy or weirdly around family and close friends, right? Did your family and close friends thought you were weird? No. So why would somebody, just because they didn't know you, think you were weird? If with family and close friends, you didn't think you were weird, and they didn't think you were weird. Because I'm different around different people. Because what does it take to get you from, okay, I know this person, I don't feel weird, I'm not acting weird, to what has to happen to make that change, to get you out of spending a long time. I don't know exactly how long. For example, you and I have been talking for 3 or 4 hours over a period of a day. And is it approaching that in any way, or is it pretty uncomfortable? Is someone uncomfortable, someone uncomfortable? Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. The people who are around you at the jail, they're not interacting very much with you, I understand that. Is it uncomfortable with them, or is it comfortable with you? Well, not with them, so it's neither. With you, so it's neither. And what says you're not with them? Well, I'm not communicating with them. I'm not. How about your visitors? Where do they stand on that spectrum? I stand close to them. So things are pretty comfortable. Yeah. And your impression would be that they don't see you as weird because you don't feel uncomfortable with them. And your behavior is pretty normal. Alright. So, again, I'm doing all the talking I should have been. Is it pretty much so what he said? Yeah, I've been with it for a while. So the staff here told me that you were familiar with him from last time you were here. And they were just asked you, how comfortable are you with the staff that you remember from last time? Not very comfortable. Can you put your finger on anything that makes it uncomfortable for you? This is a very broad and vague question, I guess. Just being there and not having something to do makes it uncomfortable. Not having something to do. Yeah, because if you have something to do, avoid having to do direct talking confrontation. So, what would be the circumstance with being in a class with people you didn't know? That would be fine because you're focused on the lectures instead of socializing with all people. So far as you remember in such classes, would you be comfortable then perhaps interact with somebody near you, ask for a pencil or a pen or share a note or something like that? What if they asked you for a piece of paper to take a look at your notes or something? Would they help them out? Would it make you uncomfortable? No, because it's like something we have to do together. Instead of talking, there's awkward silences. So it sounds like you're saying that having a purpose takes the edge off the anxiety. Yeah. You and I have a bit of a purpose. I'm asking you 100 questions. And you're the one who's been talking mostly. Well, I'll try to correct that. Do you think as we continue to talk for a few days, you'll do more of the talking? It might get better. Interesting to use the word better. I see it as a little different. I'm not sure I see it as good or bad or better or what. So why did you say better? Is it bad to be? Yeah, that's kind of my view. Is it bad to have social anxiety? What's the worst thing you can think of happening in a social situation? What's the worst thing that happened?
then you have to avoid the pipe somehow.
Right, makes sense.
And it stops. Eventually it stops.
How does it stop?
After the competition's over,
How does the confrontation come to an end?
poorly,
What's that? How does the confrontation come to an end?
they didn't give the right answer.
I don't understand. You said you were concerned that there would be a confrontation or a fight. And then you said the next step is that it's over. Asking you to fill in the blank. How does it get from a fight to being over?
It just ends afterwards.
How does it?
It's just nobody says anything.
Nobody says anything. What's the worst? I'll stick with the worst case scenario business. What's the worst way to get in?
There's somebody getting offended.
Like how?
Like if I didn't see the right thing or not.
So you're talking about the other person getting offended, not you.
Yeah.
So the worst thing that could happen is not that you would feel offended, but that the other person would feel offended.
Alright.
What happens then?
Then we go our separate ways.
Is that so bad?
It is if the person is offended.
How is that a bad thing? The other person is offended.
It just is bad. I don't know if there's enough explanation for it.
You're sort of saying it's axiomatically bad. I don't buy that. What's bad about it?
Just because I didn't see the right thing or not.
You already said that word.
So yeah, axiomatic.
Let's come back to the worst thing that can happen. Parting ways with the other person feeling that is the worst thing that can happen.
I suppose there's worse.
What might be worse?
If somebody gets killed or not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you picture a circumstance where that might happen between you and somebody else that you're talking to?
I can't see myself doing it.
How about you getting killed?
I also can't see that happening.
What I'm kind of trying to come to is within the anxiety, which you use the word fear as well. What the fear might be. If you take the idea of the fear far enough, what do we find? What do we see? What do we feel?
Well, fear is its own emotion. So it's still like it's not different from the other.
What happens when people get afraid? Well, physiologically, what happens?
There's a sympathetic response, like fight or flight. So people either confront it or they run away from it.
The thing you described you doing was freezing.
So I guess that's not in those two categories. I guess it's not in those two categories.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking too. Which do you think that James wants to do in this hypothetical situation? Fight or flee?
Usually flee. You escape his stance. You escape his stance.
Okay. From time to time you've done that. Withdrawn and gone back to your car and watched TV instead of going too far. Things like that. Does it ever come to pass that you've done fighting harm?
Not like physical fight, but like, I guess verbal attacks or something.
Ever been in physical?
When I was a kid, like little, like scruffs and stuff.
Very often.
It isn't too much of a while.
Let me take a side trip again. I'm sorry, I look over that way. Occasionally somebody's waving at somebody. They're waving at me. If they really want us to go down, I'm not going. Take a side trip into the business. Roughly how many fights have you been in which you either landed a blow or someone landed a blow on you?
It's more of a escalating, I would say. There's no blows.
What were the kind of contactors for the
Probably 2 or 3.
2 or 3? What was the worst one? What happened?
I don't remember because when I was a kid.
So the oldest one, the one in which you were the oldest one, we found how old?
Maybe 10.
Maybe 10. And you really don't remember the circumstance. Did you ever get any Taco Bell?
Nope.
Did you ever run away from a fight? Fight and run away?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever threaten someone who ran away from you?
No.
Okay. Now we go back to the verbal altercation you were talking about, okay? Flee or fight verbally or freeze.
I usually just don't say anything when I try to ignore the verbal attackers.
I kind of want to say, how does that work for you? Because it's tough to do that. It's very hard to do that.
It works well. There's a lot of verbal attackers in jail.
That's a good point.
So I just ignore them and eventually they stop.
Let's go off the jail there. Can you give an example of the verbal attackers in jail?
Yeah, that was this.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Give me an example.
They say like baby killer and stuff.
This is coming from
Other inmates.
other inmates. Do you have any contact at all with other inmates?
No.
If you're going someplace, just in a tunnel to the court or something like that.
Like walk down the hallways.
It's like on the hallway and you take you to the house. You don't go to the wall, or they don't go to the wall by you pass. They're actually not in the hallway.
Yeah, they're outside of the hallway.
And how do they know it's you to yell at you?
That's not usually where it happens. It usually happens in my cell with like cleaning trustees, like this stuff. Okay. So folks in the jail know that James Holmes is in MC1 or whatever the cell is. And perhaps a trustee working, or perhaps somebody else who's temporarily in another MC cell. Right, you don't think so? Yeah, that's pretty much how it goes. Is there other circumstance where they got to be zero? I'm sorry, no. Thank you for that example. Let me go back earlier to your activity of freezing rather than fighting or pleading. Freezing is a little different from ignoring, it seems to me. Does it sound different to you? Yes. What's the person who's freezing? Thinking, feeling, what's going through his mind? They can't think or feel at the time because you're frozen. So it's kind of a mental block. There's a lot of the whole mind, where it's just that part of the mind that's involved in because they always a response to something. Does that describe you pretty well in those circumstances? Yeah, so. What was the first time that you noticed that you did that or could do it? What was the first time you recall? I don't remember. Can you think of an example that maybe wasn't the first time that sticks out in your mind? No, I don't know what examples. Was there a time or a period in which you realized you were doing it more or more strongly? Or obviously to yourself? I think when I did school. What has to do with what you've been doing? Discussing lab papers, lab articles. In some sort of presentation, in our discussion groups, and tell them what that was like. If you go through that circumstance, one person would choose a teacher, or they'd have a teacher outside to tell a paper. They'd have to usually explain what it was. And it's tough for me because they put you on the spot. And when you say a figure, like your graph or something, okay. You'd be kind of on the spot. Would you generally know what the know about the topic? Would it be on the spot with regard to talking about it? You know what was going on. If you were talking just with one other classmate, for example, the same thing happened, or would it? No, it was usually the group. How well did you know the folks in those groups? See, every week or every day or once a month? It would depend on if it was one more class that was neuroscience or that I knew pretty much most of the people there. You're still freeze up. Every time we're just sometimes. How many times outlets I've spoken to.
So if someone speaks to you, we respond.
Yeah, trying to do my best response available.
Was that response generally an appropriate response?
Yeah, I'd say it was appropriate.
I read a little bit about your community presentations. And maybe these are the discussion groups you're talking about. But it appears that you are someone similar is standing up with a PowerPoint presentation. Is that what you're talking about, or is that different from what you're talking about?
That's different. That's the lab rotation speeches I'm talking about. We've got like an article in front of us, and we have to talk about a graph or something. And they call on me and say, can you explain this graph?
If the group were asked to write an explanation of the graph, would that solve the problem?
If I was put on the spot,
If the group were asked to,
I know what to do. I would know what to do.
if you were asked to take a graph home and interpret it,
That's easy.
that'd be easy. So it's not a question of not knowing stuff.
Right.
Tell me about the larger presentations with PowerPoints and things like that.
They were part of the neuroscience department. So a bunch of professors and students.
How did those go for you?
They went okay. I got feedback from the graduate training committee.
What did the folks do?
It was usually critiques or criticisms.
Useful, hard to take, positive, negative.
Mostly negative, I would say.
Were you able to use that feedback to do it differently the next time or no?
Not really, no.
Isolation. Was it shyness was a little different from isolation, I guess. There was another example in the record that I looked at about when you moved back to San Diego from Salinas or Salinas. Salinas. There was a site back book. Read about Salinas, wasn't it?
Yeah, I used to live there.
Okay.
I've always been used to eating grapes of wrath.
History of that there. I don't know much about the history, obviously.
You have me when I'm in school.
Okay. Did you like reading cycle?
It's fine.
What's your favorite cycle book?
Mason.
Why do you suppose you were drawn to that particular one?
So I think the characters were interesting.
And short, did it have anything to do with
Being short.
it was a short book.
Oh, that probably had a book report.
Anybody in particular in that book that you might have identified with?
I think money.
Really? That's an interesting and you were pre-middle school at that time. You were 12 or under, right?
Yes.
Tell me how you and Lee might have been similar or felt similar.
Answer that. How I felt compared to
What are you picturing in your mind right now?
frozen other things.
Do you remember anything that put you on the spot with regards to the book you read in law?
house, and one of the girls dressed in regularly or something. Or some other characters. I think he was schizophrenic. He sounded like rabbits or something. It was all this little lady that you think would hide him somewhere or other to you. Even at age 12 or however old you were. I just thought he was the most interesting character in the book. Very interesting character. He was also a character that almost everyone misunderstood. Everybody else tasted the friend he was comfortable with. He would call it a What do you think of that relationship? What do you remember about the relationship between George and Betty? How did George feel about it? George liked him because he could do a lot of hard work, like manual labor. And he just were just friends. I think George cared about it. Yeah. It's really hard for him to want to be in. Tell me about that act of George killing Lenny. If you remember that book, it was pretty striking. That's all I remember about it. Do you remember why George killed Lenny? Yeah, Lenny accidentally killed another person. I don't remember who. But they're out to them. Why George? Why was George the one that killed him? Because he was the closest one to him. What do you think of everybody's supposed to type that was? What was he going for? Tell us about George. About that relationship. I don't know. But you were looking for it. How long did I go there? I don't know why him versus the other people. Did you want to move back to San Diego when family moved back? Or do you remember? I wanted to stay in Salinas. You want to stay in Salinas? What do you remember about staying in the Washington? You said all my friends were in Salinas. I had to kind of restart it. Stuff reduced to restart. How did you restart when you got back to San Diego? I just went to meet friends. I don't remember how it happened. Any guesses, speculation about how the young James would have made a difference? Maybe just proximity, being around them. We did have flavor. I did flavor. See, I don't know. So it might be a bit of like speculation, I guess. Just talking to them. Do you recall that there was a period in which you didn't want to play with them? You wanted to keep yourself when you were there? No, I wanted to be big friends. Diego?
Yeah.
I was born in San Diego.
You were born in San Diego. So you're there for a long time and you only came back one time. Somewhere in the record, there's something about you. Spending time sitting in the closet reading, and I'm not remembering the context, so I'm wondering if you forgot. I don't remember anything sitting in the closet reading.
No, no.
Kids do some interesting things. What kinds of things did you like to read back when you were 12, 13 years old?
Oh, I think it was Goosebumps.
Goosebumps.
Yeah.
I have not read. That's a series.
Oh, I think it was like hundreds of
Kids series. Yeah, I have not read it. What's the premise of Goosebumps?
It's like a scary story.
Are they really having to be serious scary stories, or are they scary stories for little kids?
I think they're for a little kid.
So glad you liked this. What was that in Goosebumps? What was that you remember?
Just a bunch of monsters and stuff.
In the books about the monsters and perhaps children were into those too. Children and monsters.
I don't remember the order. I just remember it was like scary.
And it was a series all the way through. So what does a kid like James do when he's reading Goosebumps? How did you deal with being scared?
Well, it always ends, so there's nothing to be afraid of once it ends.
Does it end with the scariness going away, or is it still scary at the end and you just put the book down?
It's usually still scary, but then after a while, the scariest kind of fades away. As you get older, it's not scary.
You had your own room all this stuff, right?
Yep.
Were you ever kind of scared in your room by yourself?
I used to think there was something called nail ghosts. Nail ghosts.
Nail ghosts.
Nail ghosts.
Nail ghosts.
So I had my bed up against the wall, and ghosts would hammer nails through the wall and poke you.
Where are these supposed to nail ghosts came from?
My imagination.
They got a book or anything, or
No, I never heard of them anywhere else.
well, then you gotta tell me all about them, because psychiatrists really want to hear about those childhood monsters. So tell me about the nail ghosts, what they look like, what they did.
They just make it so you can't sleep with your against the wall. You have to kind of be sleeping towards the other side of your bed. Otherwise, the nails will cut through the wall and hit you.
How did you deal with that? Just as a full of days left away from the wall. I said, right, okay, how else did you deal with it?
I eventually got over it.
Did you ever decide, hey, I can't sleep here, and go try to sleep with mom or dad, or sleep on the couch?
Maybe it was like a nightmare or something.
Did you tell mom or dad about the nail ghosts?
I don't know. I don't remember.
And one of the things I was wondering was, what was their reaction to your fear of the nail ghosts?
No, I don't know.
Did mom or dad know that you were afraid of anything? Heights or jumping off the high diving board or nail ghosts or anything else?
Yeah, I was afraid of the dark. I got something got me one of those little winter light things.
And how did they treat you as we go each one actually? How did mom treat you? How did dad treat you? About knowing that your son was afraid of the dark?
Well, they let me sleep in their bed, or they'd say there's no monsters.
Did that help?
Yeah, I'm not sure. No, I would just go further under the covers and like freeze or
There's another question. In the freezing gas corona, would you ever have fantasies or thoughts or pictures in your mind of some of the monsters from childhood or any kind of monster? If you're freezing, say, in a social situation.
I would have like violent images.
Violent images.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Things like saws going against the other people. What do you mean?
Is it violent images and thoughts going against other people? I don't know what.
Like a saw, like a saw. Like beating their heads cut off or something.
So I think we're getting this those images.
They just pop up randomly.
They pop up randomly, say when you're older in grade school, or this is reflection.
Since like high school on.
Let's say that fantasy to some ridiculous song, awesome. What happens then? Just
Just like jumps off a limb.
what kind of song? He was holding a song. What happens next?
It's just kind of like a floating song. And then once it happens, it's like there's no more. It's done.
Is the song dangerous to you or dangerous to the other person?
The other person.
So it's not your friend, your ally.
I always put it like that.
You would put it like that. Okay, thank you for correcting that. Because my thoughts don't have to be your thoughts. The song just kind of appears. And something happens to the other person. And then he ends. And what happens next?
Then I'm either still frozen or have come up with a response or something.
Why do you suppose you quickly corrected me? Well, they said the song was your ally. You're having violent thoughts against someone that's making you uncomfortable.
Right.
And something's helping you, or something's cutting off his limb or his head or something. Why do you suppose you were quick to say, hey, it's not my ally? It's just a random song. Or something like that.
Because the song's doing it on its own.
I'm sorry.
It's doing it on its own.
The song's doing its own doing or something. If the song's any part of you, mentally speaking, I'm getting very Freudian about it.
No, I don't know.
Do you ever ponder that before? Gee, I wonder where the song came from. You were thinking about it, you're pondering. Or some of the other fantasies or images that kind of freeze.
Like nuclear winter.
What do you mean?
Like sitting off a bunch of atomic bombs.
This seems to come up in a matter of seconds. When you're doing your best on the spot, being fleeing or wanting to find time. What do you make of that? What do you make of that?
You're rising because it's frustrated, I guess. Eventually, with the Song Institute, I remember the record somewhere you applied for a job as a lab tech. Am I right about that, or am I misunderstanding that? That's separate from the internship. That was a separate thing. What was that, sir? What was that, sir? You said, lab tech. I don't remember. I think it applied for a lab tech position. When you were between college and grad school, was it in that year when you were living at home? Yeah. I wonder if there was something else I was curious about, though. There was something in an email that mentioned 5-year camera. Are you creeping out? I don't know where 5-year camera is. I didn't know that was too long. It's a permanent thing. Okay. So you got your key and everything. Congratulations. We talked a little about religion. The other things that can enter some of the kind of sex. You were fairly old for your first serious stroke, and that was a car game. You dated a little more early days with girls before that, it sounds like. Was that your first sexual experience? Yes. How was that for you? Was it successful or unsuccessful with Cardi? That's a big question. So that we got purpose of it. Kind of tell me about it. It was a successful relationship. Okay. Good for both. How frequent was it? Usually 3 or 4 times a week. Did the sexual part come fairly quickly after you guys started to date, or was it delayed ways? 18 months. You all worked together for not too many months, so it's like 6 months. 6 months, okay. I think she never became pregnant. No, that's very sad. At times, according to the record, different people have viewed you in lots of different ways. First time I've ever talked with you, so I'm asking a lot about how you view yourself. But we average you 10 or 15 things that I've seen in the record as ways that people see you. I can't see what your reaction to those are. One of the phrases is that this is both prior to the shootings and since the shootings, trying to keep it together. What's that? Trying to keep it together. Is that accurate or not accurate? I don't know what it is. What comes to mind? Just trying to keep my life in order, I guess. Anything after that? My impression, and again, it's not necessarily yours, is trying to keep your mind together. It's trying to kind of keep from losing it in some way. Okay. Does that resonate at all? Yeah, I'll hear it.
tell me how it sounds actually, because this is what other people are saying. I'm not sure to hear what your view is.
I became more disorganized. Because my mind was kind of falling apart. I don't know what else there is to say.
Sounds like there's a lot more to say. You're becoming more disorganized. And you feel like your mind was falling apart. Those were your words just said. Can you tell me about when that was and maybe at lots of different times about when?
After Christmas, when I came back to graduate school.
So early 2012. What was it like? What was going on inside you?
I was sick. I think I was sick from mono. And I was fatigued all the time.
California, right?
Yeah.
How long did that episode last?
Like 2 months, I think.
Did you see the doctor in Colorado about it?
I did, but he said I had post-nasal drip.
Once it was diagnosed that it had cancer, I guess, in California, he came back. Did you see doctors who now knew that you had?
No, I didn't.
You did?
No, I didn't go up to a doctor once I came back.
So what was the course of that? What happened?
I was just tired most of the time.
Did you stay home for class?
No, I still tried to keep busy working.
How successful were you?
Not very difficult. In my lab, it kind of like messed up. I used the wrong procedure.
So weeks or 2 months of not being at full strength in class. Sounds pretty serious for succeeding in grad school. That sounds like a pretty serious fall.
Well, I passed all my courses and everything.
We come back to keeping it together. Keeping your mind from falling apart. If I remember you first. What else? How about that?
I guess I was also really depressed. I broke up with my girlfriend.
That was a little later. Was that in March? If I remember that right. When did you break up with her?
I don't remember the exact one. It was early 2012.
Okay. But there were things you said pretty depressed. Can you expand on that a bit?
Yeah, I didn't have like my normal drive to finish things and succeed.
What's it like to be that depressed? Didn't have your normal drive. What else?
You're kind of stuck in a rut. It was hard to get out and do things.
Anything?
Nope.
I think it was more mono or more depression or both.
I think the depression was separate from the mono.
Do you remember, and I know that you've gone online to look for symptoms of mental disorders.
A lot of sleeping. I would like to go back and sleep in the middle of the day for like a lunch break.
Were you feeling okay?
Yeah, that's interesting.
Lose the weight.
That's interesting.
Did you feel like things were pessimistic or hopeless or not?
I generally am a pessimistic.
That's your general view, or that was what you were
That's all the time.
This particular time after you came back, Christmas, was that the most depressed you've ever been in your life?
Yeah.
I really didn't want to hear it. You still went to class, as far as you remember, did you go to all classes?
Yeah.
When you weren't in class, but you just slept a lot. At that time, you're still seeing Garden. Do you think you broke up at that time?
The question was after.
At the deepest of the depressions, did you think about hurting yourself or killing yourself?
No.
Any other time in the depressions, did you think about hurting yourself or killing yourself?
No.
Tell about hurting or killing other people.
Yeah, I think I transferred it to kind of homicidal.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and turn the lights on. The record should reflect that we stopped the publication of Exhibit P-TR-1004. Members of the jury, it's almost noon, so we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break at this time. Let's plan on taking about an hour, so let's plan on coming back at 1. I want to remind you that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider the defendant's statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on the video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made by Mr. Holmes. You shall not consider any statements by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of their content. With that reminder, please follow all of my advisements during the break. Enjoy your lunch, and I'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Thank you. The records reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Is there anything we need to talk about at this time on behalf of the prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
On behalf of the defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, enjoy your lunch. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Summertime is playtime with new Nintendo 3DS XL. You can smash your way to victory by challenging friends in Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS. Battle your Mega Evolved Pokemon in Pokemon Omega Ruby and Pokemon Alpha Sapphire. And explore the doomed world of Termina with Link from The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D. With so many games to choose from, you can make the best of summer with new Nintendo 3DS XL, rated E2E10+.
Egan Holmes, case number 12CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are the parties ready for the jury, Mr. Brockler?
Just in terms of getting some logistics squared away, there's about 45 minutes remaining on this particular video clip. It'd be my intention after that to do what I did after the first and ask some questions about content from Dr. Reed. Would the court be anticipating going right into the next clip after that or breaking at that point in the afternoon?
How long do you think your questions will be?
3 hours. No, I'm kidding. Probably no more than 15 minutes or so.
I think it might make sense to just take more frequent, shorter breaks than longer breaks that are less frequent. So why don't we take a break at the end of your questions? We'll take a short break and then we can play the next segment. How long is the next segment?
Just one moment.
Yeah.
About 2.5 hours.
I think we should take a break after about an hour. We'll take a short 10-minute break. We'll play maybe another hour, take another short 10-minute break, and then play the rest of it, and then have you go into further questions. If we have that much time this afternoon, we probably will run out of time. So we'll just plan on taking a break, a short break about every hour or so.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Mr. King, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. I hope it was a good lunch. Good, I'm glad. All right. The prosecution may proceed at this time with publishing People's Exhibit P-TR-1004. And I'm going to dim the lights.
Why do you say transfer?
Because the expression is normally suicidal. So I kind of transferred my suicidal thoughts into homicidal.
Is that word transferred? Is it something that came out of you or God's reading for somebody else?
This is my own view.
Tell me about what you're thinking about or any other
It's the same things as when I would freeze. Homicidal thoughts.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but when you would freeze, there were particular people around who would be object of the song or the thought.
I guess would like my account should not do anything.
It's just scratch your list.
Or
Change it. Video games that you play or any or something. You mentioned that you did have lots of suicide. Did you have lots of dying or lots that you got? Within the depression, as far as you can remember, do you think you stayed in contact with reality? Pretty well, or do you think that there were times when you weren't in contact with reality?
where you were nuclear aware and that wasn't realistic.
That was part of the freezing part. Was that also part of the depression part? The nuclear winter, I guess I can think of lots of ways that might come to someone's mind as a thought, as a very frequent and intrusive thought. And maybe in other ways, all the way up to truly believing we are currently in a nuclear winter.
I believe we were in it was just an intrusive thought. Coming.
So they can know it's coming. Okay, I thought that you was kind of intruding about and what was the picture or the thought of nuclear winter? Can you paint that picture for me?
Just a big atomic bomb cloud.
There's an atomic bomb cloud. My picture of a nuclear winter is different from the atomic bomb exploding. Maybe that's not the same picture you have.
That's the picture I have. It's the atomic bomb cloud.
Is the exploding? Yeah, so. And what happens with that atomic bomb cloud? You see the cloud. What else is there?
It just disintegrates everything. It disintegrates everything. No, I don't see any people in it. I just see like buildings and stuff.
Where do you source the picture comes from? Does it all come from inside you or some movie or book or video game?
No, because there are a bunch of History Channel live scenes.
There are lots of atomic bomb clouds, pictures around. So, that was one of the characters 14 more to go. Another one that was the very interesting person.
I don't know, I'm not totally flattering.
How might you be that interesting person?
Might be serious because I don't share that much of what I do.
Being serious. Serious, interesting. Any other reasons that I might find you interesting?
I can't think of one.
This is extremely bright.
I don't know if I would say extremely, but somewhat bright at least.
Somebody said extremely, maybe more than one person. I don't have a number of people here. To be honest, that's pretty accurate.
I mean, not maybe extremely, but at that's the other part was, why would someone describe it as extremely proud? Because they work hard, study, would they be mistaken? No. Would you have fooled them into thinking you were extremely proud? No, I try to be more modest than that. So the person with the 4.0 average in high school, even a better 3.9. Would be in college, in a pretty tough college course. Would you say it takes an extremely bright person? Just one second, go ahead. Yeah, I'll get down. Pretty much similar to other research grad students. I didn't stand out. I was pretty much all over the globe. In what ways do you think someone, for example, someone after high school might say, we're talking about this in Texas, would go and interview your professors and colleagues and stuff. They would say, in general, he was pretty much similar to the research grad student. In what way? What does that mean? Because I never met a research grad student before. And I was studious and hardworking. I'm very angry. No, I'd say that's inaccurate. Why would they make that mistake? What am I giving that impression? If they interpreted my awkwardness as anger, because that would be one way. It seems a little odd to me. How would they interpret awkwardness as anger? What would it lead to that? That's why I said it was inaccurate. I said it was angry. Were there people over the last few months or so leading up to July 20th, 2012, people that you told you were angry? No, I never told anybody I was angry. I'm thinking of folks that you told, or at least got the impression that in some ways you had hatred of mankind, or were angry at mankind. I wrote hatred of mankind in the notebook. Okay. To you, does that translate very angry, or is it different? To me, the hatred is kind of like hating broccoli or something. Fiery, angry, passionate hate. It's kind of a burst of hate. Okay. Like eating broccoli versus a fiery, passionate hate. Tell me about the hating broccoli kind of hate stuff. Well, I just don't want to eat broccoli, so I kind of avoided being allergic to it. Instead of being like angry at broccoli,
is that not close to which that's pretty close to it. Because it made me feel uncomfortable. When I think of somebody making us feel uncomfortable, one of the things might well be being around them. I don't like being someplace where I'm uncomfortable. The other thing might be being angry at them for making me feel uncomfortable. No, I was never angry about that. I guess that would have to do with am I uncomfortable because of some characteristic of them that makes me uncomfortable, or am I uncomfortable because they're doing something to get to me to make me uncomfortable? Does that make sense at all? Yes. I'm not sure which one it would be. Okay. Again, I'm not trying to prove where's your mouth. My friends are very self-centered. I'd say it's accurate. Tell more about that. What do you think of that? I kind of read the world through my own eyes as opposed to other people's. Tell me more about how James Holmes was very self-centered. Or is very self-centered. All that work you put into this thinking and learning, that was also self-centered. Why is it self-centered to put work into studying? Gaining knowledge for yourself, improving yourself. What do you plan to do with the knowledge? Get a paying job. Was there any other purposes of knowledge? Why else did you work with the knowledge? I wanted to see where I was different. You wanted to see why you were different. Talk more about that, would you? I was interested in the differences between like normal people and people who were different. Pause before you say people are different. I wanted to see differences between normal people and people who are outside the norm. Can you be more specific as you apply it to yourself? In college, high school? People who are mentally ill. Did you view yourself as mentally ill? I think you might be mentally ill. Sometimes. The social awkwardness and unintrusive thoughts. Social awkwardness we've talked quite a bit about so far. What about the intrusive thoughts? What's the intrusive thought? Wide points. Any intrusive thoughts that you haven't mentioned that saw in a clear way? Ultimately becomes what were the intrusive thoughts about the gods? They should achieve as many people as possible. How do you feel as you tell me that your voice dropped just a little bit? Not good. Make you nervous to talk about it, or anything else that makes you nervous? I appreciate you talking about it. I guess. And I know it's exciting to have the thoughts there. They're not a secret between you and I, but I'd like for very much to understand more. It's really helping understand. Appreciate that. How early in your life were you thinking that you were asleep? In middle school, and then I'm seeing a difference between I'm uncomfortable, I'm not fitting in, or I'm shy. I'm seeing a difference between kids thinking those things and kids thinking I'm mentally ill. And so I kind of wanted to find the reasons why those things were happening. And the phrase mentally ill came up in middle school. Now I thought the reason I would use like broken brain. Okay. Where did that phrase come from? It just appeared. Yes, I do try to recall it. It wasn't something you heard on the radio or on TV. Because it's not a common phrase. It's kind of alliteration. That's alliteration. It's not a common phrase in conversations about the world. Certainly. Labels. What's it like for a kid 14 years old to wonder if his brain is broken or to think that his brain might be broken? I want to know as much as possible, so I do a bunch of searches on the brain and how the brain works. At the time, if you remember, were you pretty sure it could be fixed, or could it be fixed, or did you know? I didn't know if it could be fixed or not. And what did broken brain mean? What's the picture in that 14-year-old's mind? Broken brain. That all people's brains work their way, and my brain works my way. Do you remember any actual picture in your mind of a brain that was broken or something? No, it was completely image of it. So let's check exactly your video. I sought career options which could kind of be related to that. So that's like one of the reasons I went into neuroscience. One of the reasons. And for some of the others. Well, there's nothing more important than the brain. The brain can be like things. That brings up in my mind a very long-term fix. I'm 14. I'm going to hit my career and try to discover something about me. And that's years and years and years and years for a 14-year-old. Was there any way to help you or to make you feel better when you were 14? No, I would do escapist stuff like video games. That helped. Yeah. How much did it help you get off? You didn't go away for the time being. Were there other things that made it go away pretty well? Besides you do schoolwork, sports, schoolwork, anything else? Lots of kids. Do you recall knowing whether other kids said things that made them anxious or nervous or depressed or made them feel awkward too? No, I didn't know there
interviews. Do you think you're the only kid that was females? No, I'm sure there were others at the time. Yeah, I'm sure there were others at the time. Since you were talking with friends about it. No, I kept it private. Yeah, I should know that other kids felt the same thing. Or felt something similar, something you can't. Statistically, there's going to be aberrations. At age 14, you're thinking this for your thinking back then. At 14, so I guess extremely bright does apply. Maybe different thinking at age 14. Okay. Next phrase. I'm good at for admitting to neuroscience grade school. What does that mean? I'll say exactly what it means. As I looked at the applications and the comments from the various admissions committees, the number of people that you interviewed with and who their future records said you were a good bet for admitting to their grad school. Agree, disagree, comment. You gotta give yourself a comment for it, though. We're talking about, is it before or after they interviewed me? This is after that wasn't taking it for after interviews. I don't know whether they're among the schools that you applied to when you were at Riverside or the schools that you applied to in the following year. I don't know the answer to that. Just because I called you. Okay. So, a number of the people that you interviewed with and who reviewed your records said, he's a good bet for us. What made you a good bet for that? Just my academic record, my GRE scores. So was that an accurate statement? They were making an accurate assessment? Yeah, I'd say so. That's probably because of my social awareness. What makes you say that? What goes into that statement? Well, that I didn't present myself well during the interviews. So, your plan didn't have to do with your academic record. Alright, that was pretty good. Good idea. What are the interviews? Going to, we were done at your how did those interviews go that might have made someone say, no, he's not for us? Just if I never said anything. I was kind of brief with my answers. Do you remember freezing in those situations? Yeah, I think so. Any particular kind of person or topic or question that might have been more likely to make you freeze than others? Just why it's open-ended, I know it was on a specific topic. It's useful. And it's kind of really different to see. Next one. Staying full of others. I would say that in my mind, but not outwardly. So in your mind, tell me about the second approach. That kind of goes back to the hatred of mankind. I just didn't see a purpose for people living. I didn't see a purpose for people living. Can you explain a little bit? Not really. How about for you?
if it had been what purpose might you have been looking for that you didn't find?
Raising a family. Putting cookie cutter life.
Those were things of this thing or not things of this thing.
Those were purposes of other people's life.
That would make them worth living or not worth living, I'm not sure.
That would make them have a worth living.
Having a family, raising a family. But the sinfulness, you can sit inside of it on.
And I was outwardly aggressive for anybody to hear anything with that.
This is a little different from just saying, why did you stay aggressive, not outwardly aggressive?
Because I'm more passive than aggressive.
Your folks describe you as flat or without affect.
Yeah, I can see that too.
Those are kind of psychological words. What do they mean to you? Flat, without affect.
Just not showing too much emotion or too responsive to stimuli.
As you and I are talking together, I see you smile from time to time. I see you chuckle from time to time.
Yeah, that would be life.
Is that different from the way you were, say,
No, I see pretty much the way it is now is the way I've been.
pretty much the way you were? Avoiding personal questions or personal answers.
I don't know what that means. Very personal.
I'm asking you a lot of personal questions, some very personal questions. Do you see yourself kind of avoiding those? Or avoiding the answers to them?
I try to respond to figure it out.
Did you say believe it or not? Did you say believe it or not? I misunderstand you. I misunderstood you. You do often answer with pretty short answers.
And very concise.
Could also be taken as avoiding expanding on the answers to avoiding detail, avoiding detail of the answers. Which, by the way, is the way I take it.
That's just a speech pattern thing. Start freezing up.
There's stuff going on in there. And sometimes it's hard for you to bring it up. Your phrase is freezing. That's a pretty illustrative phrase. That seems a pretty descriptive phrase. Is there more going on in there than is able to come out?
Sometimes.
As you and I are talking, is that anything going on?
I would say so. That's why brief.
Maybe we should. Instead of every reason, we should know better over the next few days. Last one.
I'd say a little bit.
What's the meaning of
Like choosing the seat that's in the corner of the room and I can see the whole room.
Does it apply to the shooting itself?
Maybe a little.
Before the shooting, does it apply at all?
Not like severe paranoia. Not severe.
So do you agree that we might have to disagree on the interesting thing about paranoia and things like this is the person who may have it may not realize that he or she has his awareness. So, give an example. The shooting range, Fire King. I believe you mentioned that you thought that there was an FBI car there.
Yeah, I saw an FBI SUV driving by.
How did you know it was that FBI?
It's an FBI on the site.
Is this on paranoid? It really says FBI. As you were going into the theater, when the shooting occurred, I believe you said at some point that you thought the FBI was watching you and might stop you. Do you recall that?
I thought while driving over, I thought the FBI would stop, so we'd have to do it to stop me.
Did you think that actually? What led you to think that?
Just that I was going to commit a crime.
Do you think maybe you hoped they had you understood it?
Yeah, a little bit.
Can you expand on that? A little bit of you may have hoped that they were surveilling you.
Yeah, so they could have done the right thing.
And the right thing, meaning that
Lock me away before I did it.
and we will get into this in more detail on the next segment. When you were visiting with Dr. Fit, I remember her notes comment as you were concerned about the door being locked and the package. Do you recall that?
Yeah, she locked me out of her little reception area, and she scared me to go back.
What did you make of at the time? I'm not sure that looking back at the time, if you recall, what did you make of the door being locked?
That she was afraid. I said emoticon that totally one figure punching high another figure. And it was supposed to be me, although it was the one getting punched because she'd forgotten my last name. So when I went to the pharmacy to get my
That's what you were talking about the prescription. Yeah. Was it the next visit when the door was locked?
yeah, it was the next visit after I was
Okay. And you sent her the emoticon. What did you send her the emoticon in that context, if you remember?
it was the title. It was the title of an email.
So, was the order of events, she wrote the prescription the wrong way, and you found out when you got to the pharmacist, it was corrected. You sent the email with your emoticon.
Yeah, I went to the emoticon title and the wrong name prescription attachment.
Okay. In the next visit, she locked me out of the door was locked. Okay. And you reviewed the reason for the door being locked was she thought I was going to punch her. She thought you were going to punch her. And when you say right, what was
Well, that was the only time the door was locked.
Package or whatever it was, that wasn't their business.
That was the only time she carried your bag and put it behind your seat. So I thought it might be like a teaser or something.
Did you know what it turned out to be? Did you survive it?
No, I mentioned the bag. And she didn't say anything about it.
She didn't show you what was in the bag.
No.
She said, I'm going to take your bag. Looking back on it.
I don't know.
Did you say or shoot or nearly shoot there was perhaps a taser or whatever in the bag? Or do you think they all about the same as you put in the bag?
I think it was probably the word to give she received.
Let me see if you remember it. You may not remember this whole thing, but it takes me on the course. Do you remember anything unusual about my state or last night? I don't know. No, I don't recall anything strange. Just something about his hand or arm being wrapped around.
Oh, his arm was in there. Sling.
What did you make of that?
I didn't know if it was fake weakness or whatnot.
Fake weakness. Yeah. What would you fake weakness? I don't know. I know. At the time, if you recall, you may not remember. And the memory may not be accurate for that matter, but at the time, what do you remember about why you might have been wearing something?
I thought he might have been hiding something there.
Such a
Like a knife or something.
that would pretty quite like you have a knife in there. I don't know. Speculate.
So he could be in control of the session.
Did either of those at that time? Was there a reason for them to be concerned about it? Or were they misunderstanding?
So I don't think I made clear enough that I was going to reveal or if I didn't know.
Was there anything in your view is that you believe they were planned to
At the end, yeah.
they were afraid? Was there looking back now, was that logical? They had reason to be frightened of you or not?
I think it's logical because I already started getting weapons. And then I started thinking they were going to be frightened of me after I got the weapons.
You had already started off.
I already started getting weapons.
Did you tell them they should start getting weapons?
No.
And how would they come to you getting weapons?
I don't know. I just thought they would be afraid.
I think we're going to have to stop for a second.
Okay.
Any questions for me before I leave for the evening? I'll come back about 9 o'clock. That's early.
That sounds like
Any questions about today or that you thought of stuff you think I should know?
no.
All right. Thank you, sir. I hope you got a good dinner. I will try to keep this useful. Okay.
All right, I'm going to turn the lights back on. All right, the record should reflect that the prosecution just finished playing the last segment, or one segment, I should say, of the exhibit that the prosecution has been playing, P-TR-1004. Mr. Brockler? Do you want to ask Dr. Reed some additional questions?
Oh, yes, Your Honor. I was just sort of enjoying the absence of the sound of air conditioning.
All right. Dr. Reed, I remind you that you're still under oath. All right. And Mr. Brockler, you may resume your direct examination of Dr. Reed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, we just finished this second segment, which represented the afternoon of July the 30th, 2014. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, you sat here and you listened to this with us again. I want to ask you a few questions about some of the things that you did, some of the things that we observed, okay?
Sure.
There's a portion, and it comes in rather late, where you ask the defendant specifically about his affect or presentation in terms of his sense of humor and how he sort of delivers it. Do you remember that?
I'm trying to think exactly which part. If you're referring to the part in which I'm telling him one of the things someone has said about him is that he has a flat affect, and that gets us into such a discussion, then I do recall that, sure.
And let me help you with some of the specific words. As you and I are talking together, I see you smile from time to time. I see you chuckle from time to time. He agrees. You ask, is that different from the way you were, say, in grad school? No, I'd say pretty much the way I am now is the way I've been. Do you remember that?
I recall, yes.
Now, in addition to those statements, in your review of all the discovery, the reports, the conversations that you've had with people, do you find that to be consistent as well, that he has presented in this way throughout?
It's a little more complicated than that, but generally so. That is, he related, and people at the university related, that he was able to present in class fairly well, not super well, and sometimes poorly. But as you heard him say, when the focus was not on him, it was much easier for him to participate or to be there or even to make a presentation. I've also, tell me if this is responsive, it may not be, talked within the last few hours with Detective Apple, who...
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
Let me ask you this. What we've seen so far in terms of the range of affect and emotion, is that consistent with what we're going to see throughout the next 22 hours?
Yes.
Here's why I ask. You had told us yesterday that you had the chance to review a billion different things, including the reports of the defense experts. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Right. And one of these is the defense psychiatrist, Dr. Gurr.
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to review Dr. Gurr's report about her time spent?
Yes, I have.
There's a specific portion in here that I'm going to ask if you recall, where she's questioning him, and she says, his body was shaking, and his face was grimacing as though he was crying. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do. It stood out.
Why did it stand out?
Because that's quite different from any description of my experience with Mr. Holmes. And it's quite different from any experience that I'm aware of that anyone else has had with him, as reflected in the record or my interviews or other people's interviews.
Thank you. Now, there's some specific things you got into with the defendant, and I want to know if you could tell us what the importance was and what significance it had to you, ultimately, your opinions in this case. One was early on, you begin to ask him about faith or religion. Why?
Excuse me, I'll adjust my hearing aids a little bit.
It's the air conditioning, isn't it?
One thing is it's part of the thoroughness. Faith for some people is a big part of their lives. Sometimes it changes from childhood to adulthood, things like that. So it's a part, or maybe a part of the exam and a part of him. Another is that among the various reasons or things surrounding the shooting and preparation for the shooting would be the possibility that he felt that it was something that God wanted him to do, or God was telling him to do, or this was a mission of faith or curious about that. Those are the two things that come to mind right now.
And by the way, ultimately, as you go through the rest of this, do you ever discover any statements by the defendant that suggest to you that he was compelled by God or doing this on behalf of God, anything like that?
None at all in my experience with him.
You also talked to him at some point about this concept that he freezes when he gets into these positions that inflame sort of this social anxiety. And then he starts talking about the introduction of saws and picturing people's heads lopped off and limbs. Tell us what's significant, if at all, about that.
Sure, and I may talk a little more about that if I may, because I think it's important that it be understood in context, and in the context of a psychiatrist talking about it. The idea, first of all, picture as he has described a person who does not tolerate well being in even mild confrontation with people or being put on the spot, to use Mr. Holmes' phrase. He is very anxious, or he tells me he's very anxious, and I believe that. There are two general ways people deal with being anxious or afraid. They either fight or they run away. He talked about freezing, which is a kind of a different way of dealing with it. The things that he described as images that came to his mind are unusual things to hear from an adult, but they're not unusual things to be in a person's mind. For example, we see things like that in little children who have fear about their anger, fear that they will lose control, fear that their anger can do terrible things. And those folks with small children see that in that frequently. As we mature and our minds mature, the same kinds of issues are still deep down in our psyches. We still have fears about the power of our anger and the power of our different emotions, but we take care of those fears automatically. We're not even aware that we do it. In the situation with Mr. Holmes, that primitive, if I can use the word, that primitive or almost infantile, childlike way of dealing with something, with his anger, is close to the surface, and he's conscious of it. This is in part an inference of mine. I don't mean to say that I can read his mind, but it's a pretty well-known concept in psychodynamic psychiatry. Regular folks, like those of us most of us in the room, would not be aware as that happens, and we wouldn't know why if it did. Mr. Holmes is aware, at least part of the time, as that happens, viewing the saws, cutting off a head, and as you recall, he says, the saw is not mine, it's just a saw. He disassociates it from himself. Doesn't, and one may infer, doesn't say that's me talking, that's the saw talking. In my view, this is not a lie. This is the way he perceives it, because it's extremely uncomfortable, intolerable perhaps, for him to see this powerful anger inside himself.
Judge, may we approach?
Yes. Mr. Brockler, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, we've been talking about this issue of the social anxiety, the freezing, the saw, that visualization, I guess, that the defendant engaged in. What I want to ask you...
Objection, Judge, to the mischaracterization by Mr. Brockler. He's testifying. That's facts, not an evidence.
No, he said what we've been talking about. So this is Mr. Brockler's recollection of what he and Dr. Reed have been talking about. All right, go ahead.
Just to be clear, because I don't want to mislead anybody, did I say that wrong about what we've been talking about?
It was a general statement. I don't think it was a quote. I sort of don't know. I'll stay out of that discussion.
Smart guy. Whatever it was we were talking about, did that have an impact on your opinion about whether the defendant had the capacity to appreciate right and wrong based on the standard that the court has given?
It has an impact in that these are things that are beginning to help me think about whether he can control himself, whether he is capable of knowing and doing things, the kinds of things that we talked about as related to what the statute requires. It does not say specifically, but we're getting into an area in which it's evident to me that there's significant mental illness going on, at least as described by Mr. Holmes, in him.
Let's talk about that for a moment.
By the way, and once again, if I can just say for clarification so nobody misunderstands, it is not the fantasies in that image that are the mental illness thing. It's the fact that those kinds of fantasies that are truly within all of us, in him they are conscious. In the rest of us, it would take a long time in psychoanalysis to help you realize that you have them.
Along those lines, you also asked him about a statement that he put in the notebook, and that was about the hatred of mankind. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did you ask him about that?
It was important in a lot of ways. Many people who talked with him discussed one of the motivations for the shootings being hatred or anger, hatred towards folks. It was very important to me to know what he meant by the hatred, and he corrected me and said the hatred has more to do with an aversion to mankind than to some violent wish for mankind. And I jotted down here, if I might. I don't see it right away, so I won't take the time. An aversion for mankind, not an anger at mankind. That's the way he was describing it then, and he corrected my impression at the time.
Based on what you've been going through with him here on this video, do you find that there is a certain guardedness about him regarding anger?
The guardedness, the answer is yes. And the guardedness that I see, I want to hasten to say, from my perspective, has to do with a guarding against things that are inside him, protecting himself from seeing, whether by describing to someone else or by thinking about it, from seeing what's inside him. I don't see it as a particular guardedness to keep me from seeing something that might help the prosecution or not help the defense. Once again, I can't read his mind, but my impression was it was a psychological guardedness, not a legalistic one.
And these are the things, do they impact in your opinion, will they impact the way he characterizes other things moving throughout the rest of this time that you interview him?
These are themes that we will see in various contexts in the other interviews, yes.
One of the things I wanted to ask you about, because we're going to get to two terms here, specific terms that he used in this interview, and that is, do you consider, when you're interviewing a person, whether they've had the ability to access all the reports and discovery and mental health evaluations by their psychiatrist, all that stuff, does that have an impact or a potential impact on the person you're assessing?
I certainly consider whether someone has access to these things and whether they may use them to shade the interview or to malinger or to make me think certain things. I consider that, sure.
Here's the two terms I want to ask you about. He uses the phrase intrusive thoughts. That seems like a pretty specific psychiatric term, is it?
It's a pretty specific term. It's also a fairly common one. We see it in psychological context in a lot of different places besides textbooks and in newspaper, magazine articles. The other thing is, of course, he's a neuroscience major, and he has done a lot of research about his own thinking and about his own concerns. So I asked him, I'm not sure this particular term, but I often ask him where he got certain terms. It's not unusual to me that he knows about and would use that particular term.
Two last things. One, you ask him about his girlfriend and the fact that he was, by his statement, in essence, a virgin before he had been with her. What's the significance of that?
There's mild significance in that most young men have romantic interests, maybe intimate relationships, before the age at which he did. The things he describes doing with his girlfriend, including the number of times that they had sex various weeks, is generally closer to that of a person who is not suffering from a major mental illness or deep depression, for example, than one who is not suffering from a major mental illness or a very deep depression.
Is it your understanding from your review of everything and your discussions with the defendant that this first of its kind relationship with the defendant occurs in the spring of 2012?
Yes.
That's during the same period that he appears to tell you that he has had mononucleosis and is feeling, his terms, depressed. Do you remember that?
Objection. Misstatement of the evidence.
The objection is overruled, but the jury will rely on its recollection of the videotape. Mr. Brockler is asking questions, and to the extent that his questions include things that he believes are on the videotape, you need to rely on your own memory of what's on the videotape. The objection is overruled with that cautionary instruction. Go ahead.
Sir, do you recall during this segment the defendant indicating to you that he was depressed?
Yes.
During this period of time that we've been discussing?
During the spring of 2012, starting during or shortly after the time he had mononucleosis, which was December, January, February, if one looks at the general course of mononucleosis.
What's the significance of that area that you spoke to him about?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
For purposes of this, we've talked about some diagnostic criteria, we've talked about opinions about capacity. When you start to discuss with him and he talks to you about his depression, what's the significance of that as you begin to formulate where you're going with these interviews?
It does not generally support an idea that he was not capable of forming intent and that kind of thing. He states he was depressed. I asked him to describe the symptoms. They weren't particularly consistent with depression, with severe depression. And there's a difference between being depressed. Lots of people get depressed lots of times. But the kind of depression that I'm concerned about is something called major depressive disorder, which is a disabling kind of depression. It's confusing to me. The general symptoms of mono, which are tiredness and not doing much, overlap with and are a little confusing to me with the symptoms of significant depression. I'm not sure that's responsive to you.
One of the things that you had asked him about during that conversation was he still going to class every day? Do you remember that?
Yes, sure. I asked him if he was. Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
I wanted to see how apparently disabling or incapacitating the depression that he was describing was in terms of how he was functioning, what he was really doing from day to day and week to week.
Did you find other evidence in the record that spoke to that same level or impact of the depression he described?
Yes, as far as I can tell from the record, he was going to class. His grades were good, even a little bit better during the spring semester, although, as he points out, the spring semester class-wise has fewer classes and more labs. I'm not sure whether that's more difficult or less difficult than the fall semester, but it's probably still hard. He was going to the fitness center in January and February a little more than once a week. In March, April, May, June, about twice a week. There was no indication that I know of that he wasn't carrying on his usual life with his friends, life with his schooling, etc., during the months from, give or take, February to June.
The final thing that I want to ask you about on this segment is you had a discussion with him about his perceptions of the FBI. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
He had said that, well, at one point I thought that the seeing of an FBI vehicle near the shooting range, Byers Canyon shooting range, was likely imaginary, that is perhaps delusional. He was pretty clear in saying, no, I saw the car and it had the SUV and it said FBI on the side, if that's what you're talking about. He also was talking about wondering if he was under surveillance at various points, particularly closer to the shootings. And when I asked him why would he think that, or in what context that was, he said, and I may not be using the exact words, he said, after all, I was planning a crime or something like that.
First off, tell me, doesn't that description instantly mean the defendant was paranoid?
He may or may not be. It doesn't tell me he wasn't paranoid, doesn't tell me he was, but it's a logical explanation for those thoughts. Now, many people who are paranoid have logical sounding explanations for their thoughts. Perhaps the bottom line is, I'm not sure.
Doctor, one other thing that I'm asking for a hypothetical. Hypothetically, could a person who is plotting a mass murder, planning to build bombs and set them off in their apartment, that they would have a heightened sense of someone might discover what I'm doing?
Objection calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
Overruled? Go ahead, sir.
In that hypothetical, certainly, and one would expect some kind of caution and suspiciousness about what was going on. Now, that may be outside my psychiatric expertise, but it seems common sense to me.
Does that discussion, though, about thinking the FBI may be surveilling him and the possibility that because he's planning a crime, does that have an impact on your assessment of whether or not the defendant had the capacity to know right from wrong under the standards that the court has given?
It doesn't have an impact, no, it doesn't, in terms of leaning toward incapacity. It suggests that he knew that he was doing something wrong or planning something wrong.
And that talks to the capacity to know that.
I believe so.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 1005. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a DVD of redacted video that I looked at in my office a few days ago and initialed as the representative of what I was doing during my interviews on that particular day, July 31st, the morning session.
And that's what I was going to ask. Is this the segment that then takes place the next day after the last session that we just watched?
That's correct, July 31st, 2014.
Based on your review of that video, is there any chance we don't have the air conditioning sound on it?
The air conditioner will come on and off, and the one thing that there's a drinking fountain behind us. When it comes on, it's terrible. The videographer was trying to adjust the sound on the spot, and I understand that we're trying to refine the sound, not to change the video, but to refine the sound a bit. That's best I can do.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1005 into evidence, and after the court takes its break, asks to publish.
Mr. King, any objection to the admission of P-TR-1005?
No additional objections.
All right, thank you. Based on my prior rulings, P-TR-1005 is admitted and may be published after the break. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take an afternoon break. rather than just take one afternoon break today, we're going to take a couple of afternoon breaks, maybe 3 afternoon breaks. So what I'm going to do is keep them shorter, but have more frequent breaks, all right? Okay, so let's take our first. Please keep in mind all my advisements during the break, and I'll see you back here in 10 or 15 minutes. That gives you enough time. I know there's a lot of you, so 10 to 15, okay? Thank you. The record should reflect the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated. Let's go on break for 10 or 15, and then we'll proceed at that point, all right? All right, the court will be in recess. All right. All right, give me a wheel, please. Make sure, yeah, okay, good. Get ready.
TD Ameritrade, they work hard. Wow, that was random.
Random? No. It's all about understanding patterns, like the mail guy at 3:12 every day, or Jerry getting dumped every third Tuesday. We have pattern recognition technology on any chart, plus over 300 customizable studies to help you anticipate potential price movement. There's no way to predict that.
For all the confidence you need, TD Ameritrade, you got this.
Back on the record, this is the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Are you folks ready for the jury, Mr. Brockler?
We are, Your Honor. I guess I'd ask the court, I know it's Friday, so it may counsel against this, but yesterday the court had inquired of...
Thank you.
Inquired of the jury.
We just cleaned the carpet too, Mr. King.
I'm sorry, Judge. Somebody moved the microphone on me, and I was trying to move that.
That's all right. Actually, I think they're going to clean the carpet this weekend, so I'm glad you did it. We'll get our money's worth. All right, go ahead.
Honestly, it's like being at home, watching one of my kids knock something over and just let it seep in there. The court had asked the jury yesterday if they would mind staying a little bit later to finish up a video. This particular video is going to run a little over 2.5 hours, and we're going to build in another break. I didn't know if the court wanted to go down that road with them or simply say, hey, look, let's just plan on being done at 5.
All right, I'll ask him. I mean, if we're taking every hour, I don't know that we'll make it by 5:30 anyway. It's 2:35 right now. We might make it by 5:30. I'll ask them if they can stay till about 5:30 when they come back. All right, let's bring the jury back, please. Oh, thank you. Sorry. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. I'm wondering about schedule this afternoon. Here's what's going on. The next segment of Exhibit P-TR-1005, it's actually the first segment of that exhibit, but the next segment of the interview between Dr. Reed and the defendant is 2.5 hours long. And I'm planning on taking a short 10-minute break after every hour. So in order to play that entire segment today, we'd have to go to about 5:30 or so. And we don't have to do that. We can just come back on Monday, quit at 5 and come back on Monday. Is there anybody here who cannot stay until 5:30 or who would rather not stay until 5:30? Okay, a couple of you. All right, that's fine. We'll stop at 5. All right, then we'll just plan to stop at 5, but we'll still plan on taking a break every hour or so, all right? Okay, Mr. Bruckler, you have to be here. Go ahead. We can publish now P-TR-1005, and I will dim the lights.
What was it that you did that didn't go all the way through? What was it that you did? Can you tell me what was going on in your life when you did that? It sounds like you probably felt very bad.
It was when I had to move back to San Diego.
And I recall you saying you didn't want to leave your friends.
Right.
Did you do that after you moved back or before you moved back?
On the trip, moving back.
On the trip. Where were you? Can you tell me more about that?
I was in our van. On the trip, moved back.
Tell me more.
Well, I just felt ignored.
Ignored in what way?
In the decision to go back to San Diego.
So you're in the van. Tell me the process, if you will.
I don't know if there's a process to it or not, but
Where were you sitting?
the very back.
How did people discover what you were doing?
They didn't.
Nobody ever found out about it. Tell me more about the sawing as you described it and what kind of hardwood it was. There's a lot more to this, I think.
It was just kind of regular hardwood. Like you see the building blocks.
I'm not getting the whole video of it. Can you describe the video of it?
Well, there's nothing else to say about it.
Not for you, maybe, but I'm hearing some missing things, like where did you cut? How bad was it? All kinds of things like that.
At the wrist, it wasn't like it just broke the skin though.
It felt like no one was listening to you. Do you remember what you thought might happen as you were doing this?
No, I don't remember what I was thinking.
And no one ever noticed the abrasions or the cuts or
Well, they're at the place where the wristbands anyway. So there's a line there. They could have asked it.
So if I were to ask your mom or your dad if you'd ever done anything like that, they would probably say no. Why did you not kill somebody? Any guesses?
Just because they wanted to keep it private.
My thought is a private pain that you were feeling. Maybe that's not your thought. That reminds me of keeping a pain inside.
Yeah, not discussing.
Did you do that with pain a lot over your life? Keep it inside and not discuss it?
Yeah, I didn't see any need to discuss it.
What kinds of pain have you kept inside?
Physical pain, I guess.
Tell me more if you can.
I don't know. I see.
Sure you what kind of pain have you had that you've kept inside over the years?
I don't recall any.
some of them, so I know that they're.
Yeah, I didn't feel like discussing it
Here or before?
before.
Can you discuss it here? The pain that's inside. That was inside. Whether it was in school or at other times.
Nothing to discuss.
I disagree. I think there's a lot to discuss. What do you suppose is keeping you from discussing?
Well, that I've always kept it inside.
You don't want to bring it out right now.
If I can recall what it is.
So you're saying it's not that you don't wish to bring it out with me, it's that you really don't have any memory of that. No, you don't have any knowledge of that. Right. Any kind of pain that you kept inside. How about the frozen things, the shyness and awkwardness that's
We already talked about that.
to you? So that would be one example. It's okay to talk about things twice or three times.
Okay.
Yeah. Strengths like to hear things lots of different times in different ways. You've talked about strengths before, you know that. How tough is it to keep the shyness and social difficulty inside you and not talk about it?
Difficult at all.
Have you ever had the feeling that it might be helpful to talk about pain that's inside with somebody?
I suppose it couldn't hurt.
Did you ever wish you could talk with anybody about it?
No.
There were times in your life when I think your parents took you to somebody to talk about things, right? I can think of a couple. Maybe they're not quite what we're talking about. Do you remember those times?
Yeah, I was another therapist. I just ended up not saying much.
That's interesting. Your folks apparently thought that you were hurting inside, that there was something.
I don't know if it was because of me or if it was just family therapy.
So, and we're talking now about the fellow named Mel.
Yeah, no.
What was it that got you off to see Mel?
I think it was my mom's decision. I don't know what Peter decided to take us up in either.
You were pretty young at that time, am I right?
Teens.
Oh, you were in your teens. Okay. So you likely had some idea of why she wanted the family to go see Mel. What do you suppose it was?
Maybe builds a stronger, more connected relationship with each other.
So was there something that wasn't strong and wasn't connected in the family at that time? Why do you suppose she thought that it needed improvement?
See, I don't know why she did it.
When you went to see Mel, what happened in those sessions?
I don't remember.
Do you remember anything at all about the sessions? What the building looked like? What the office looked like?
It was like a typical office building. Like, and then the room had bookshelves, that kind of thing.
Okay. Do you remember how the family sat in the room? How did the family sit in the room?
On a couch together.
What might the family have been talking about? What is it like
story about how he got hit by a car riding his bicycle. And like, he got all mad at the guy because he didn't apologize to him.
So that was Mel's story.
So I know Mel's story, I don't know my mom's story.
What do you make of the fact that you remember Mel's story, but not the more important story? That would be your family's story.
Because I guess our story never came out.
Your story never came out. How many times did y'all see Mel?
Like 10 times, I think.
That's lots of chances for the story to come out. What was it about the story that made it not want to come out?
I guess because I'm not a very sharing person, I guess.
Was it just you, or was nobody talking? Nobody wanted to come out.
I think my mom was talking to me. I don't know what she said.
If you had been a sharing person, what might you have said? Was that a time when you were pretty uncomfortable?
Uncomfortable in what way?
I'm not sure because I wasn't there. But there was something that drove your mom or suggested to your mom that going to see Mel would be a good idea, and that was pursued for 10 whole sessions.
Yeah, I didn't really see the point.
What was going on in your life and in your mind and yourself at that time?
Just same old routines.
Like what?
Meetings, sports, that kind of thing.
And refresh me, if you will, what games and what sports?
Video games, soccer.
That was a while after you came back to San Diego, right? Or was it just after you came back to San Diego?
I think it was a long time after.
One more try. Might there have been going on in your part of the family, your life in particular, that might have contributed to mom saying, we need to get some help with it?
Nothing unusual.
So you weren't part of her reason?
I think I was part of the reason.
And in what way might you have been, or were you part of the reason?
Well, because I'm part of the family.
We're getting into kind of tautology here. It's getting circular.
I don't know her reason for starting therapy.
I don't either, because I wasn't there. You were the only person in the room who was there.
Yeah, and I don't know.
Okay. I asked you about yourself and being depressed and thoughts of hurting yourself. Has anybody in the family ever been severely mentally ill or severely depressed?
In my extended family,
Mother, father, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, cousins, grandparents.
My mom's father had to be institutionalized a couple times, but I don't know why.
Did you know him? That's all.
Only when I was very little.
Did he pass away when you were little and you didn't know him, or is there some other reason you didn't know him?
He passed away when I was little too.
Okay.
told or figured out? What was his difficulty?
They didn't tell me.
What do you think?
Maybe depression.
He was hospitalized, you said.
That's what my parents told me.
So far as you know, one way or the other, did he die by his own hand by committing suicide?
No, I think he died of cancer or something.
Anyone else in the family been in a mental hospital or had significant psychiatric issues or problems?
My aunt's on my father's side. I think he's schizophrenic.
That would be Betty Holmes.
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me about your Aunt Betty.
She has paranoid delusions, I think. She doesn't talk much. But she's kind and loving and
What do you mean by paranoid delusions? In terms of her,
I think she thinks there are people that are after her kind of thing.
has she been hospitalized before? When was the last time you saw Aunt Betty?
A couple of Thanksgivings ago.
What do you remember about that? About meeting at Thanksgiving?
It was just a normal Thanksgiving.
Do you remember anything about Aunt Betty?
No.
When you say a couple Thanksgivings ago, it was before you were arrested, right?
Right.
What did you do the Thanksgiving before you were arrested? That is, give or take November of 2011.
I'm not sure if it was that one or the one before.
Okay. After you went to grad school.
It was, okay, so it was before I went to grad school.
Okay. You don't know much about Granddad, but you do have memories and interactions with Aunt Betty. Are there any ways that you are similar to or quite different from Aunt Betty?
Well, I used to drive around a lot. She doesn't use her car much. Stays at her living situation most of the time.
So that's the difference. Okay. Maybe some more differences or similarities.
She doesn't talk very much either. She goes to bed like at 7 o'clock, which is really early.
Any other differences or similarities? Any speculation about why she doesn't talk very much?
No, not really. I guess this is part of who she is.
You think she's a shy and awkward person? You use those words to describe yourself.
I don't know if she's awkward or not, but I'd say she was
Is there anybody in the family that you feel some similarities with? You know, that your people say, I'm just like my grandfather, I'm just like my uncle, I'm just like my dad, or something like that.
I would say like my dad and my mom.
More like quite hear you.
More like my dad, probably.
In what ways can you explain that to me?
They both kind of have a bit of OCD.
OCD meaning?
Obsessive compulsive disorder.
Whenever somebody uses terms like that with me, I always ask, what do you mean by OCD or obsessive compulsive disorder?
Like being
concept or something else?
My dad's more introverted than extroverted, kind of like me too.
Is your dad a happy guy?
Yeah.
I know that they're upset that this has happened to you and that you're in the situation that you're in. But other than that, your family's a reasonably happy guy.
He's happy.
How about differences between you and your dad?
He's very mathematical. He's got like degrees in mathematics, statistics.
You're not mathematically inclined yourself, even though
Not solely mathematics.
are you a happy guy? I know the situation is difficult. But
Not right now.
not right now. That's true. Let me kind of rephrase. But before you were arrested, say as you were in graduate school, were you a pretty happy guy or no?
No, I'd say no.
And we know that you had some depressed times. In between those depressed times, were you still not happy or were you pretty happy?
I'd say I was happy in between the depressed things.
Okay. How about back in college?
I'd say I was happy there.
Happy. What were the things, I'm tempted to say the differences, but what were the things that made you a happy guy back in college and a less happy guy in grad school?
There was less public speaking and less necessity of public speaking in college.
Anything else? So public speaking brought happiness to an end for you. That's essentially what you said.
Maybe kind of unhappy.
How is public speaking so powerful that it brings an end to happiness for James Holmes? How is that powerful and that distressing for you?
He doesn't worry over saying the right things.
Anybody else in the family that had significant psychiatric or psychological problems as far as you know?
I think my dad's father also had like OCD.
What brings you to that thought?
That's just what my parents said. Because I was little, he died too.
So both your grandfathers passed away when you were little. How about the grandmother?
He lived a lot longer.
Any difference between the way your dad has relationships with people and the way you had relationships with people up to the time that you were arrested?
I don't know about my dad's relationships.
What do you see in your dad vis-a-vis other people? That's kind of a fixed way to ask it, I guess. You see him with your mom, you've described what he's like with your mom. You've seen him with other people. Perhaps he's talked about other relationships within and without the family. How is that similar to or different from your relationships?
How his relationship
relationships? Does he have friends? Yeah. Did you have friends? Yeah. Was the way you worked with or interacted with your friends similar, as far as you can tell, to the way your dad interacted with his friends, or different? I assume they're similar, but I don't know for sure. About how many really good friends did you have up to mid-July of 2012? About five. Here's an odd question. How old do you think your dad was when he married your mom? Do you happen to know? Late 30s. Late 30s. Do you know if they knew each other in their 20s? I think they met at UC Berkeley during a tennis game. Their introductory tests. What was the story of their, if you know it, the story of their relationship and their courtship and eventual marriage? I don't know that much about what happened after that. Did you ever have thoughts of marrying or having a family yourself? Yeah. Everybody has those thoughts. Say, get a good job to pay for a nice house and support my kids. What other pictures or fantasies or thoughts did you have about the future with a wife and family? What was the question? What other pictures or thoughts or fantasies did you have about a future with a wife and family? I didn't really have much thoughts beyond that. When you were going with Yorkie, did you all talk about a future together, or was it not that close a relationship? She said she didn't see a future together. Really? When in the relationship did she tell you that? When she broke up with me. What would go into her saying that to you and breaking up with you? I don't know if she didn't give a reason why she said that. Speculate for me. You're a smart guy. Speculate for me. I guess you could picture family life with me. What would have been lacking in a family life with you? What did he say? What do you think? All the ample conversations. When you were with her, was there ample conversation? It was enough. You've said that before several times that people you're close to, you're much more facile with conversation than people that you're not close to. Right? You were pretty darn familiar with Turkey. Right. So what was the conversation with like? What was the conversation like with Turkey? Easy. Talking with many people, you have to answer in a few words. You use the word concise. You don't volunteer much on your own. What's the difference between that and the way you were with Gary? Or was it similar with Gary?
more. But I'm confused. You said things were easier with people you were close to. Am I misunderstanding something or missing something? I still didn't talk excessively. I'm going to talk more. Okay. Would that be a difference in quantity but not a difference in quality? Or is that not a reasonable way to describe it? That is the quality of your, let's just say, conversation is about the same, but there was a little more of it. Yes. Is there anything else about you that you think might have caused Gardy to say, I don't see a future with you? Not that I know of. Did y'all ever talk about a future together at other times in your relationship? No, that was the only time. Tell me about the breakup and how you felt. Did it just come suddenly or did you see it coming? I noticed it coming. I'm sorry, I noticed it coming. Okay, how did you notice it coming? Well, she was acting more distant. How did it make you feel? Sad. Sad. Tell me about sad. It was sad that the relationship is ending. Have you ever felt that kind of sadness before? A particular kind of sadness? No. This was the first time you'd had a relationship like that. I think you still think, right? So what's the sadness that goes with that kind of breakup? What's that sadness like? It's guilty. Irritating. Yes, I was more upset. If big words can you break them down into smaller words and longer sentences? Debilitating morose. I didn't feel as energetic as usual. How did your life change? If you didn't feel energetic and you were debilitated morose, what did you do? More escapism and wanting to be there. Watching TV, anything else? Listening to music. Once again, the kind of music you listen to primarily, taking the trends, looking to comedy. What comedy is considered? Arrested Development. For yourself, I'm familiar with them. I've never watched this movies. He's kind of realistic comedy. So is it stand-up or do you see a situation, comedy situation? It seems to go through his daily life. He's also done stand-up as well. I think there's any significance or, excuse me, lack of coincidence about those three comedies. A pessimistic comedy, Big Bang Theory, and Arrested Development.
situation sometimes. That's kind of what I was wondering. Can you give me more rationale of your situation? So the characters on the Big Bang Theory, I promise you I know all because I watch a lot of Big Bang Theory. So the one you picked Star initially, I was like, alright. Are any of those characters kind of like you, or are you kind of connected to a particular character? So what's the other like? Suppose that I had a bunch of he's a strong scientist, and he's kind of socially awkward as well. He's also humorous. Get along in life. History museum, I think, natural history. We toured like beer factories. Really, the first day I went, where was that? It's close to Wind Rock. Samples throughout the tour. They got to taste all their beers. A big part of the tour. The adventures on Big Bang Theory are often social, very social adventures. Going to a bar or folks which are kind of under, I guess, are not sure what it's going to be like. Does that resonate at all with the adventures and things that you can do with your friends? Yeah, that sounds similar to the thing. What's the most adventurous one that you can think of right now? There's no way to do it. St. Patrick's Day tomorrow. Irish holiday. What happened to Bernie after that? We stopped hanging out, so I don't know what you stop hanging out with all that group, or just stop hanging out with her. We both started hanging out with the group. Sounds like they may have sided with Guardian in some way. So they may decide what term to use. More interactions. The officers speaking with them. Suzanne, how are you? Or about that's pretty good. Can you tell me a little bit more about that, about you leaving them? I just didn't do any more stuff. Hillary, I ran a hike with her. That's Hillary now. So how did Hillary come into your life? I texted her to see if she wanted to hang out. You knew her from what? She's in the same neuroscience class. You texted Hillary and what'd you say? Oh, sure. So tell me about the things that you did with Hillary and what she was like. Is there a reason there was only one thing? Only one interaction? She asked see if we wanted to do anything else. But by that time I had red hair. Out of it. So she was asking to do other things. How does your red hair have anything? What does that have to do with not doing more things with Hillary? I kind of didn't want to like putting her agent free. What's in a jeopardy? Being like the girlfriend to a murderer. So at that point, you decided that you were a murderer. And I was going to be. Setting aside maybe this wrong thing to do, the part of it you wanted to protect her. Was she a pretty nice person to give up? Yeah, she was nice. Yeah, the reason that you gave her up was solely that you wanted to protect her.
swayed me.
So interesting work. Can you tell me what you mean specifically?
And it became the main focus.
If it was a main focus, what was it pushing out?
Doing one's full, making new friends.
So it was pushing soul away from your life. It was pushing making new friends away from your life. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Is that what you're aiming at? Okay.
Did that happen all of a sudden, or did that use kind of a gradual process?
A gradual process. Can you put your finger on about when it may have started and such?
Very first teaser, the lights.
All right, I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the prosecution just stopped the playing of P-TR-1005. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take a short break. Let's take about a 10-minute break, stretch your legs, and then we'll continue with the publishing of this exhibit. Please make sure you abide by all my advisements during the break. Thank you. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom now. All right, let's go on break for 10 minutes. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
All right. This is my lucky shirt. Jobs.
Back on the record, this is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12CR1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are generally present. Kinda present. Now, and Miss Ruckler's here. All right, are you ready for the jury? Okay, are you ready, Mr. King? All right, let's bring them in, please. Yeah, please. If it's a few minutes before, that might be preferable, just so that I can give him the advisements before the weekend. Thank you. By the way, before the jury comes in, I got a note while the last segment was playing. Another juror is feeling sick, but she's hanging in there. So I don't know if it's something that's going around or it just happens to be coincidence, but
that why they moved the camera?
That was why.
Did you say that juror was okay, or should we inquire? Or?
Okay. Would counsel approach, please? Sorry to keep you all standing there. How are you? Good. Now you may be seated. Thank you. Everyone may be seated. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. All right, Mr. Brockler, do you want to play the next portion of the segment of P-TR-1005 that you started playing before the last break?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's proceed, and then folks, we'll stop a little bit before 5, just a few minutes before 5, to give me time to give you the advisements before the weekend. I know this comes as a surprise to you, but so we'll do that, and then my hope is that I will get you out of here right around 5 o'clock, okay? All right, thank you. Okay, I'm going to dim the lights now.
Can you put your finger on about when it may have? I've got a timeline here about your mind stuff. Can you tell me about when that was?
I think it was in May. I'm not positive.
That's about when thoughts began to fill your life, or maybe tell me in your words rather than my words. So I kind of take over. What was the process that led to your buying the taser and knife? What was that like? That's what I'm asking.
Initially, I rationalized it as like self-defense.
Did you think about the purchase very long, or did it come to you kind of all of a sudden?
No, it's all of a sudden.
What do you know about tasers and knives, and how did you pick a particular taser or a particular knife?
I just looked at the different types and chose it random.
Chose it at random? I get what you're saying.
prices. Where did you look at it? In the store, online, online. So what did you choose? I chose a teaser that was ready to sell for. Remember the brand name and the model? No. Where did you acquire it? Where did you get it? Amazon. Your thoughts at that time, you used the word rationalized, but your thoughts at that time had to do with self-defense. Right, that's what it was initially. What was in your mind? What were the pictures or thoughts or fantasies in your mind about self-defense? That I would be attacked by people. What do those people look like? Folks. Where are they? What's the circumstance? Can you expand on that a bit? Just like walking down the street and folks that want me. What do they take from me? What do they do? Be healed. What looks like? What's the video there? Just within this steal all my money and stuff. What happens to you after that? They can't because their teaser that been said. If you don't taser them, what would happen? They have to go through recovery at the hospital. It's some fights when you were a little kid. So how serious kind of play fights? Okay. Had you ever been that bad before? No. So the taser cover was in the box marked Amazon, and the knife with it. What sort of knife was it? I think it was Smith & Wesson folding knife. Okay. So it comes in a box from Amazon, and what do you think? Safe. Did you end up carrying them? Sometimes. Did you know how to use them? How did you figure out or assume that you would use them if the occasion arose? Well, I practiced pivot, screw on the folding knife, and use the folding. And the teaser's just a button you press. It's a lot louder than I thought it would be. So you pressed it, you tested it how many times? The teaser just twice. I assume there's a limited charge on it, or was it recharge again? Recharge. How did you test it? I just pressed the button and I saw the electric. So it was a contact taser with little points right between them. It wasn't one that wasn't a shooter or shoots out. Okay. You said that the idea to purchase those things came quickly. Were there any thoughts about needing to defend yourself or wanting to assault other people before that? That I know of. You talked about the frozen situations, either fight or flight, kind of frozen in a social situation. And thoughts came to you about nuclear winter and about the song. What's the first time you recall having those kinds of thoughts? Early high school. In early high school, was there ever anything more specific? I guess the sauce pretty specific. because Hillary had someone slash her screen window. I'm remembering something like that. Tell me more about that, please. She just said that she also had a break-in. So I would be prepared if I had a break-in.
Did you advise her about being prepared?
No.
Or is it more to do with protecting you than protecting her?
Yes.
What's the next thought that you had that you can recall about getting a weapon or something like that? Defensive or offensive?
That it was an offensive when I got tear gas.
That was about when
The timeline.
so they were trying to I would like to verify the timeline. Let's see. I'm not sure if you remember it similarly now to when you actually this probably had to do with researching actual purchases, but I'd much rather hear from you than look at somebody else's record.
The record would probably be more accurate.
Because not always my purpose is it. My purpose is to see what's in you. Try to understand what's in you.
So I think it was pretty real.
Any thoughts about violent tear gas? What came to mind and what pushed you to do it?
Well, I don't know how it changed from self-protection to
So tear gas can be both offensive and defensive. But you're saying that offensive is
just from the other side of it as offensive. Crowd control.
Remember what your thoughts were at the time of what situation might arise and what you might use it for?
There was a riot. Or if I started a riot.
How did tear gas come up to that?
And we dispersed them all.
And how is that an offensive move?
Because you're forcing someone to move.
I think it worked for the court. How does that accomplish an offensive task for you? Is that what you're speaking of?
I'm not sure.
My first thought is that it forces people to run away from it.
Right, this was traditionally.
Why do you want them to run away from it?
So they would.
What are you going to do as a result of their running away? Anything else you're going to do? You recall roughly what the next things that you bought were?
Good. I bought a handgun.
Which handgun or what handgun did you buy?
Glock 22 40 caliber.
Was this also online, or did you get it at a store, or order it?
I'm trying to buy it online because it's cheaper online, but there's transfer. There's a link where your owners to it. You have to go through. So I just went to the in-store and bought it there.
You remember what store you
bunch of Gander Mountain. So we have Gander Mountain where I live. Tell me about Gander Mountain. What's Gander Mountain? It's basically like selling camp supplies, outdoor supplies. Has a little gun section. Any particular reason you chose a Glock 40, Glock 22 40 caliber? The 40 caliber has more stopping power than the 22 or 9 mil. So that's what I chose. But less than 44 or 45, why'd you pick 40? Well, as you go up, it creates more recoil. So that's accurate, I guess. Sounds like you researched that a bit. Oh, well, how did you research it? Just some online searches. You gotta go out 40 with these characteristics. Anticipating what, if anything? That you can use it for self-defense initially. Going towards other purposes. Yeah, offensive. Shooting the person. At the time, if you remember, what was the picture or the thought or the fantasy in which you might use it? Well, just a mass murder situation. That's the primacy that I might have from shooting an individual person, a single person. You're with you. You said mass murder. Tell me what the thought was. So you shooting in the crowd and taking out people. Did you have a particular crowd in mind, a particular setting in mind at that time? So, going back now, over 2 years, when you take the crowd to the fight, where was it? What were they doing? What was going on? It was just a crowd. It was a specific setting to it. Still abstract. That abstract in general was the crowd, for example, trying to do something to you or doing something else, or they were just going about their business. Was there anything frightening about these people to you? In the thoughts that had to go there? Yesterday we talked about a word that some people use to describe you inside as angry. As you were thinking about these things, writing a Glock or writing a ticket, are you angry? What's the thought inside you? It doesn't sound angry, but maybe it is angry in there. Tell me more about the mission to complete. Aggression come out of you or come from somewhere else. From me, from you. You're having to do it apart from inside you or from somewhere else. What do you make of that? What's something you have to do? What did
So I was obligated to do it.
All the way obligated.
There was no other alternative to doing something else.
What creates a situation where there's no other alternative?
Depressed situation where I transfer my feelings from suicide to homicide.
What contributed that explanation that the obligation came from your worst depressed situation where you transferred your feelings from suicide to homicide? Where does that explanation or interpretation come from?
I just leave it up. Imagine this.
Is that what you were thinking or imagining at the time?
That is exactly what I would have done. There's no way to protect someone there. So, great
You just made it or unknown rate transfer from suicide to the homicide.
Sunshine at the end of episode 4. He was finally
That was a possibility, or what brought you to that conclusion? That my suicidal thoughts would go away if I had homicidal thoughts or two homicidal things.
That's just what I figured would happen.
What you figured would happen. So earlier we talked about suicidal thoughts. What were the suicidal thoughts like if you were where did unconscious comes from? Does that come to your mind too or not? How do you figure you get suicidal thoughts?
Because I was like, I was catatonic.
What do you mean by catatonic?
You didn't have the drive to do anything other than
How else is catatonic kind of defined in your mind at that time?
the lack of energy is not willing to get up or do things that are important.
That's the way you felt. I think you're talking about 2004. Used to go into classes. When did your prelims come out? When were those? This was before the prelims?
Yes.
Were you saying it all the time, or were you actually getting it?
Every opportunity I had, I would stand on it, but if I had to go to the past, I would
At this point, you weren't seeing your friends anymore, is that right? Were you interacting with them by text or email or
no, I deleted their numbers.
Why'd you delete things?
Because I can't figure the friendship was over.
Any reason not to keep them in your phone? Even if the friendship was over? It sounds to me like an active disconnection on your part. I'm wondering what was the logic of that as contrast to just ignoring them?
Fortunately, it was ignoring them.
But you did something active.
Did they reach out to you or try to contact you or ask you to do things? It sounds like you're kind of a lost, you know. 4 or 5 friends that you don't have all in the course of a couple of weeks. Did you feel lost or sad for that? Yeah, I think more about the sadness, depressed, about that loss. Well, even my friends for months, sad to see them go. Just miss them, is that right? It sounds like a small distinction, but it also sounds like a significant distinction. Well, it's kind of mutual abandonment. How did they abandon you? They stopped inviting me to activities. Why do you think in their mind they stopped inviting you to activities? Regarding me didn't want to see me anymore. So the group concluded your game because you were with the party and no longer included you. It did continue to contact you or call you or contact you. I don't think so. Did you try to keep in contact with anyone? No, I avoided contact. I deleted their numbers, so I wouldn't contact them. That's right, if it was your time at that time. For example, with the video game. Well, I was playing it. How much were you doing? You were taking hours per day. Usually 8 hours per day, a lot more. What do you think of that? I really like video games. Any other reasons? I was using them to kind of escape. Any other reasons? I know I'm in proportion. Being in proportion is the point. I really like video games. And it's getting 8 hours. What the portion was, I really like video games versus I want to escape. I think the escape was unconscious. So I really like video games for 99%. 99% of it unconscious. If you include the unconscious, you should take it. Do you remember the opponents or colleagues online? They're usually just random people. So there wasn't a particular nemesis or something, or something like that that would come up that you would interact with in the games. No. Is it the rule that I don't play online games? Is that the rule that there are so many people out there playing the game that you don't notice the difference?
As the in-your-face campaign was improved by some of the franchise's finest online multiplayer. Only the
main game I was playing then was Diablo 3. Diablo 3, right? Okay. I looked it up. Very confusing to me. So suicidal thoughts being converted to homicidal thoughts. But as I talked with you, correct me if I'm wrong, you weren't aware of the suicidal thoughts.
You guys kind of an automatic conversion.
Did you believe at that time the homicidal thoughts were converted from suicidal thoughts, even though you weren't aware of the suicidal thoughts? Or is that something that you deduce after the fact? I guess it was a question of where's the mission coming from? Your thoughts at that time, where's the mission coming from? As a kind of career mechanism. Is there really what you thought at that time by having a career mechanism? So, this time it just happened. Did you spend much time trying to figure out where the mission might be coming from, or did you just kind of accept it? Here's the mission. I'm sorry, kind of just accept it. Pretty serious question for us to just accept. What do you make of the fact that you just accepted a mission of that seriousness? Those 2 years mark, I didn't think it was all that serious. I didn't think it was all that serious. It's too good as you go off the clock at that point. Which just so you're at the beginning of actually carrying out physical things related to the mission. Are you saying that you didn't really think the mission was going to come to fruition? Or was that not? I just didn't know. I was preparing. As you got guidance, did you have any particular feeling or experience once the item was got? Well, the more attachment to it, learning how it works. I guess I'm asking. It sounds like you're saying there was a pretty strong, maybe this is not the right word, to get the target's chance to go on after you had gotten it. Was there any change in that pressure or that push? Just escalating, getting more involved. So getting a weapon didn't satisfy I'm not sure I'm conveying that very well, but let me just ask you, what do you think I'm asking? So we can be on the same page. Was the weapon that's pretty close. That's pretty close. And I'm probably not articulating it very well. Helping me out a bit. Once I check it, the strength of the compulsion goes down for a little while. Does it make sense? I'm satisfied with the compulsion. You don't need to check it for long. And it may be for a second, it may be for a minute or a day. But carrying out the act relieves the pressure for a while. I'm curious as to whether you've experienced anything like that.
I would say yes, because by all the weapons at foot, time one single time, you kind of pace through it. So from compulsion to compulsion.
And you use the word escalation. How does that fit in this kind of thought?
Shotgun is an escalation from just a hand of
as you got more of the equipment, and you mentioned that you didn't use the word fascination, I don't think, but attachment, that's the word you used. Tell me about the attachment.
well, they got familiar to the guy I became attached to.
How did you get familiar with it? What was that process for you?
Just taking it apart and assembling it again. See how it worked.
So was each of the things that you got, or certain particular ones?
Most of it was the handgun.
I guess there was a balance of shooting a gun.
Right, I would like to take it down to the factory. Assembly parts, but that's usually the basic assembly.
Did you get pretty good at it?
There's no reason really to get very committed, but I couldn't take it apart and put it back together.
I think people can do that, particularly people that aren't familiar with weapons.
Well, really, just assembling it is like base state.
Do you recall the next things that you thought were?
It was a shotgun.
Where did you get that? Locally or online?
Reading everything online. Like Casper Crops, I think.
Was there any problem acquiring those different kinds of firearms and ammunition and stuff? Any problem?
They had it listed on their kind of checkoffs list that people who are mentally ill can't buy. They just have to be committed to an asylum or something to be mentally ill in their words.
Presented a problem.
I thought it might be a problem.
In what way did you think it might be a problem if you'd never been in it?
I thought that Clinton and Feinstein means diagnosed me as mentally ill, and then you'll be able to buy the guns.
The first time you went to see Finland fight first it was Rover. What was the earliest you saw that?
I don't remember the month. It was before I started buying the wood.
And you thought maybe you were in some database or some record or something like that.
Right, it was a possibility.
Did it turn out to be a problem?
No. So I could get it basically an hour later.
How much ammunition did you buy at the time?
I might have told so thousands and thousands.
Mostly local or mostly online?
Online.
Was that ever a problem ordering ammunition? What else did you buy?
Assault rifle.
Semi-automatic.
there was a law that said like after a certain age, you can only own the automatic hookers you have. You can't buy new ones in the state. You think about conversion kits. No, I didn't. That would be too technical. What else did you buy? Another handgun. Okay, this Glock 23, also 40 caliber. Body armor. Meters first was all this stuff. So yeah, the two Glock 23s, I misspoke earlier, I said 22, but I do know. The first one was a Glock 22. The first one was a Glock 23. And the second one was a Glock 23. What's the difference between 23 and 22 for the same caliber? The 23s got a shorter barrel, I think. So they're almost essentially the same. Around that time, did you have any picture in your mind of what they would look like using those weapons? Yes. I took a picture of me holding the weapons, wearing the body armor. Tell me this. I don't know why I took it. Just to be remembered, something to be remembered. What were the pictures like? Typical camera film selfie pictures. To be remembered. So when people looking at those pictures, I see those I think you will remember because they're kind of unusual pictures. And what do they think about the person in that picture? That they're familiar in the ways of weaponry and body armor. Familiar in the ways of weaponry and body armor. Okay. Anything else that they infer from the picture? That you would like to infer from the picture. To start out with being remembered, as some of the inferences are, this is a person who knows how to use it. And this is a person who's a killer. Any other inferences from the pictures that a person might have? I just happen to have the pictures. What I'm going to ask you is, what do you infer from the pictures? Describe for me one of the pictures, can you? Wearing the bulletproof coat with tactical vest or wearing the possession contact lenses. They're in color. They're all pictures nowadays are in color, black and white, is very safe.
Thinking of James Holmes as a killer who knows what he's doing. What else is there to tell? How does it feel to be that person when you took the picture? When you took the picture, how did it feel to be that person? Or were you trying to convey that and didn't really feel it? I don't know. I didn't feel it. We were just taking a picture. You didn't feel anything when you were taking a picture. Very good. You said that you remember buying this picture. There's a little disconnect. You feel disconnect. I didn't feel those things, but I wanted to convey, but I knew that those things would be conveyed. Does that make sense? A little bit. What might it have been about the way you were then that you wanted to convey that, even though you didn't feel it? I'm not sure if you answered that. It might have been a bad question. But sometimes, very often in fact, people want to convey to others something different from what they really are, what they think they are. People want to look better, they want to sound better. They set up the tables, tell strangers on a bus. It's different from the way they really are. Sorry. So I don't think that it's like an accurate depiction of who I am. It was just a moment, capturing of the moment. Okay. Did you take other pictures? Yeah. All at the same time or over time? Over day. Over roughly how much time? A month. Other selfies, other pictures of the weaponry. There's a movie theater entrances and exits. Focusing right now on you, pictures of you, pictures of the weaponry, pictures of things in your apartment. Those are over a month or so. No, those were pretty much the day of and a couple days before. There's a lot of pictures of that. Remember that one? Tell me about the guy in that picture.
he definitely doesn't look normal.
Tell me more.
Looks scary. I wouldn't want to run into him.
He's not the guy that ducks should look.
Yes, that's true. He looks more like a thug.
Or that's like a thug. Okay. Tell me
Not a typical thug.
not a typical thug. What kind of thug does he look like?
Crazy thug.
Go into that a little bit. He's a guy rolling one of the blocks. You don't have a beard.
Yeah, clean shaven before going to jail because they don't have good research in jail.
Is that why you're trying to grow a beard?
That's why I grow the beard, yeah, because they can't shave.
It's convenient to shave.
The shaving doesn't work.
Tell me about the red hair on the guy.
I've had that for a while. It's artificial.
Any particular reason that she's had your hair a while before that? People had hair all the time.
I think to stand out, I guess.
Just stand out in what way? What's the thought?
To stand beside normalcy. Be exotic figures.
He doesn't have his hair around that time, as I recall, right?
I think so. This wasn't quite as exaggerated.
Had you ever done your hair before?
So,
How'd you feel with it?
it's always better than green or blue.
And you mentioned the contact lenses. Tell me about the contacts.
Well, those just happened to arrive on the day of the shooting. Otherwise, I would have taken the pictures beforehand. Like, whatever day they arrived.
I've never noticed it before. Are those contacts tinted a little red or are they black?
They're solid black. They're solid covered with sclera black.
And what can you see through those?
Not at all, because like contacts, like normal contacts, are prescription.
Okay, how opaque are they or translucent or transparent?
Well, they have the hole in the retina is so you can see, but I can't see because it wasn't a prescription contact.
Okay, your little nearsighted, you're about -4.5 or something like that. My aren't you? So these particular cosmetic contacts have a little pinhole in the middle to look from. Is that right?
Yes.
Interestingly, that might serve to focus on the retina if it's a pinhole like that. Probably neither here nor there. I'm assuming that you weren't wearing those contacts at the theater, is that right?
That's correct.
Any particular reason that you ordered them?
I thought they looked cool.
Okay. They arrived just the day of the theater, or the day before the night that you went to.
Right.
Well, actually, something else I was going to ask. There were a number of things that you ordered that arrived kind of at the last minute. On the last day or the day before the last day. Were you worried that some of that stuff wouldn't arrive?
Oh, okay. So are you talking here?
I'm trying to think which things, but for the delivery time, some of them was within a day or a few days of the incident.
Yeah, well, I had it in my mind set up the Batman premiere of when it was going to happen. So I guess I squeezed for time a little bit.
Were you worried that they
Look at this guy, this picture. Well, that was the incendiary devices that I made. I was kind of blowing out the fuse. You were blowing out the fuse? Is that a... You were the fuse went out and you were blowing it. Is that right? Because it's reversed as if you are blowing it. The fuse. Okay. What's the expression on that, guys? What's that guy thinking or wanting to convey or infer? I don't know. Similar feeling myself. This one before. What's that? Good feeling there. Yeah, what's your agenda? Just that you want to stay away from them. One of the things that comes to my mind, maybe you understand, is English. English. What does that mean? It's a hint to there's a certain dangerous quality, but a light-hearted dangerousness. A smiling. That's not a good way to put it. Maybe. Like a little devil. Just a little devil. Okay. Is that originated at all, or is that just me? I don't know where the little part comes in. Okay. Then a devilish look. I see that's accurate. It looks a little devilish. With regard to Batman, I guess I think of the Joker. He's the one who dyed his hair. Very Did the Batman story have anything to do with you choosing the Batman premiere? Or not? The main reason was because I knew it would be a blockbuster hit. So there'd be a lot of people there. There are other blockbuster hits. This is a really big blockbuster, and it feels completely auditorium. Right. Do you think, in retrospect, that there was anything non-coincidental about you picking that blockbuster instead of Avatar? If it wasn't unconscious, you've tried to figure out unconscious things before. What do you think? That it bears some resemblance. Do you think the resemblance is coincidental? Maybe a similar selfie. Stuff like what's this one? Remember that one? Tell me about that one. What's that guy? Yeah, also looks devilish. Anything else? Anything make you look additionally devilish to you? The tongue sticking out. What the tufts of hair looks like. Apparently colored. Is it on purpose, do you think? Or was it on purpose? I don't remember doing it on purpose. Because I agree with you, there was some portion of as to the devilish. I was wondering whether it was intended or not. It was intended or not. And your answer is, I don't think it was intended. This picture also has the tongue sticking out. Tell me about the tongue sticking out. People You took pictures here. That's a picture of all the equipment I bought. What was the picture taken? I think it was the day of. It was just to show that I could buy all that stuff and nobody would notice.
Alright, I'm going to turn the lights back on. The record should reflect that the people have stopped playing P-TR-1005. Members of the jury, it's about 7 minutes until 5. First, I want to give you a reminder that the defendant's statements on this video recording have been admitted only for a limited purpose. You may consider his statements on this video recording only as to the issues raised by his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider them for any other purpose. Dr. Reed's statements on this video recording may only be considered for the limited purpose of allowing you to evaluate the reliability of his examination and to provide context to the statements made by Mr. Holmes. You shall not consider any statements made by Dr. Reed on this video recording for any other purpose, including for the truth of the content of those statements. Does everybody understand that? Yes, okay, thank you. All right, since I'm not going to see you until next month, which is Monday, I'm going to give you the advisements again, so please bear with me for just a moment. Number one, please do not discuss any aspect of the case with each other through any means. You're free to talk to each other, but not about the case. And I know that sometimes it can be tempting during a break to want to talk about what's going on in the proceedings. You must resist that temptation. Number two, you may not communicate about the case with anyone else through any means. That includes your family members, including your significant other or spouse. I know how difficult that must be. I'm sure that there are days when you get home and you want to talk about what's been happening here, or perhaps your family members or friends want to talk about what's been happening here, and you have to resist that temptation. I know it's not an easy thing, but you know, we didn't just go out and pick the first 24 people who were summoned for this jury. We took months to select a jury, and we all are confident that you are folks who can do this and who will do this, and I am confident that you're doing it. All you can tell people is you're a juror in a trial in Arapahoe County that is expected to end in August or September. Number three, please do not talk with any witnesses, parties, or attorneys about anything, whether related to the case or not. Number four, please make sure that you wear your juror badge at all times when you're here on the courthouse premises, and that your juror badge is visible to everyone around you. Please try to avoid hearing anything about the case. If people are talking about the case in your presence, please remove yourself from that location immediately. If, despite your best efforts, you happen to overhear something about the case, let my staff know that you need to talk to me about something. Don't identify what that something is. Just say, I need to see the judge about something. Number five, please do not talk to any members of the media about anything, not just about the case. Number six, you must not read, view, or listen to any news or media reports that may refer to the case. Because there's media coverage of the trial, please be particularly vigilant while listening to the radio, watching TV, reading the newspaper, and using the internet. The best advice is to try to avoid the news, because otherwise you could inadvertently happen to come across a story. So if you are watching the news or listening to the news or on the internet, just be vigilant that something may come on, and be quick to change the channel, change the station, or exit the screen or turn the page if you're reading the newspaper. Number 7, please remember that you cannot visit any locations that are mentioned in the case, and you cannot conduct your own investigation outside the courtroom. That means that it would be improper for you to acquire any information by consulting a dictionary, a treatise, whether it's a legal book, a medical book, a technical book, a religious book. You cannot consult any outside sources in relation to this case. Number 8, you cannot start forming any opinions about the case until I tell you that you can start deliberating. I've mentioned this before. Sometimes I think we all get used to this idea in our culture of thinking in terms of a competition, or who's ahead now, who's behind now, who just scored, who just was scored against, that kind of thing. And you have to avoid the temptation to think along those lines. You have to keep an open mind throughout the trial. And not only is it improper for you to start deliberating among each other, to start talking with each other about the case, but it's improper for you to internally, in your own mind, start forming opinions or deliberating about the case. You have to keep an open mind, and you cannot start deliberating until I tell you that you may do so at the end of the trial. Number 9, neither sympathy nor prejudice for the prosecution or the defendant may affect any of your decisions in this case. And number 10, please remember that the attorneys have a job to do, and sometimes they are required to make objections. Please don't hold it against them when they do make objections. Similarly, please don't read anything into my rulings on any objections or any requests. I'm doing my best to apply the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. Please remember that each and every one of these advisements is extremely important, and you must avoid an attitude of, it's okay to violate one just one time, or who's going to find out if I violate one of these advisements or more of these advisements. You have to avoid the temptation to think along either one of those lines, because that's what gets you in trouble, and then that's what could cause problems here. All right? With those advisements in mind, I wish you a great weekend. It's supposed to be sunny, so enjoy the weekend, and I'll see you back here on Monday. Get some rest this weekend. Thank you, folks. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. Everyone may be seated, please. I have a few things on my list to go over, so I will do that now, and then I will ask counsel if they have anything that we need to talk about. First, I want to make a record that juror number 378, as far as I've been able to tell, has been awake, alert, and attentive throughout. She's the one that I brought into the courtroom about a week ago and asked her whether she was having any issues with falling asleep, or whether she was having any difficulty staying awake. I have been keeping a close eye on her, and I have not noticed her once to be falling asleep. I have seen that she sometimes puts her head down or has her head down, but then when I look at her hands, I can tell that she's writing in her notebook, or if I'm standing by the jury box, which sometimes I have to do when the physical model is used by a witness, I can tell that she's actually reading her notes or reading something in her notebook. So I wanted to make a record that since we brought her in and had that conversation with her, I have been paying close attention to her and have seen her to be awake throughout and appears to be paying attention. And my observations about when she puts her head down are consistent with what she told us when she was here and I spoke to her alone. The second item on my list is the tendered instruction by the defense with respect to the model, the physical model. Mr. Orman, I think you said you wanted a little time to think about that, and this is defense tendered instruction number 1. Have you had time to do that, and are you ready to address it, or do you need the weekend to do it?
I think Ms. Pearson's going to address this issue. Let me talk to her about it.
Okay.
Like the weekend, Your Honor.
All right. So then I'll follow up on that on Monday. I mentioned earlier that I'd be happy to provide a redaction instruction with respect to the videotaped interview of Dr. Reed the interview the interview by Dr. Reed of the defendant, and the instruction that I would give is the same one that I have offered before, and that is something along the lines of members of the jury. Certain evidence has been admitted with redactions. You're instructed that you're not to draw any inferences from those redactions. You should not guess or speculate about the redactions or about the reasons for the redactions. All redactions have been made by the court based on the applicable rules of evidence and other rules of law. The defense has asked me not to give that instruction, and so I'm not giving it because of that request, but I wanted to make a record as to what that instruction how it would read in case the defense wanted me to give it. The last thing on my list is that since we have the weekend, it may be a good idea for the parties to review all the orders that I have issued related to experts on mental health, and that includes orders D250, D241, D246, D248, and D264 small a-3, and perhaps it may be a good idea for the experts to do so as well, just to avoid any issues. Is there anything that we need to talk about on behalf of the prosecution at this time?
Right. I just want to make sure that I think I know which orders you're talking about, that I get that correctly, and you went a little bit fast. Could you say that list again a little bit more slowly so I can make sure we pull all the right orders?
Yes, this is the list I have, and Ms. Nelson, you should listen to the list, and if you think I need to add any others, let me know. But this is the list that I have: D250, D241, D246, D248, and D264 small a-3.
Thank you, Ron.
All right, is there anything, Ms. Nelson, did I miss any that you had on your list? I think my list is consistent with yours, but...
May I have just a moment to check my notes?
Yes, why don't you do that? We'll go to Ms. Tish McGuire, who's at the podium, and then we'll come back to you. Ms. Tish McGuire, go ahead.
Your Honor, as the court remembers, we admitted some stipulated unemployment records of the defendants, which were Exhibit 1078A and 1078B. I believe that the court released those documents to the media, and that some media entities have maybe posted those documents. Those documents contain the Social Security number of the defendant, and I got contacted by 2 assistant attorney generals who were concerned that potentially some entity was in violation of Colorado Revised Statute 61715, which is the confidentiality of Social Security numbers, which prohibits a person or entity from publicly posting or publicly displaying an individual Social Security numbers. And the definition of public display under that statute is to otherwise make available to the general public. So I told those assistant attorney generals that I would bring it to the attention of the court and the media who's present in the courtroom today. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. I will look into it. Anything else from behalf of the people?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Nelson? No problem. While she's doing that, is there anything else that the defense wants to address today before we adjourn for the weekend, Mr. King?
No, Your Honor.
All right.
I think you covered the important ones, Your Honor. For just to be on the safe side, I might add D240 and D247, which I can't recall offhand if those were on the court's initial list or not.
Okay.
But otherwise, that sounds right to me.
All right, thank you. So D240 and D247 as well, you may want to take a look at. Yeah, especially since we have the weekend, it might be a good idea for the experts to review those again. All right, is there anything else then? No? All right, thank you. Have a good weekend. I'll see you on Monday. The court will be in recess. All right.
The time has come to say no more. Well, I'm not a crook.
Morning, Angel.
Good morning,
All right.